keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Small's here. It's time to turn things up a notch. This summer, don't binge watch shows. Binge s'mores by the campfire. Press pause on the podcast and press play on the warm weather vibes. Here's your chance to win $10,000 for your ultimate summer. What are you waiting for? Take your shot with 5-Hour Energy and make this summer your best summer ever. Visit 5heshot.com for full details and rules and enter today. No purchase necessary. Ends June 30th, 2025.
And welcome aboard. It is the morning after TMA on a Friday, a rainy Friday in St. Louis. Doug, that's depressing enough. And then here comes the text, not just about your Cardinals.
But where's Tim?
Where's Tim?
Where is he? Where is he? Well, he took a day off, all right? We all get some days off.
Wow. Tim is out today. We're going to plow ahead. Martin, Doug, Jackie Papers, Chairman Kurt. Full show. The dossier is overloaded. The Stiefel dossier is overloaded. And we're raring to go. I look down. Show's not even underway. First of all, the folks on 101, the national show, talking Frisbee golf, and about 6:45, and Doug and I said, wait a minute.
It's the hot topic sweeping the nation right now. I don't think there's any doubt about that. NBA playoffs, huh? NHL playoffs, is that going on? It's all about Frisbee golf.
How in the hell is that possible?
I bet a consultant got a hold of him and said there's this show in St. Louis talking frolf.
Right.
Well, do you think
the numbers spiked yesterday and Bristol took note?
New Yorkers are calling other New Yorkers fats for playing Frisbee golf? Probably not a lot of places to play in New York, if I had to guess.
But before we even got going, 6:57, Doug, on the old text inbox. That's brought to you by Air Comfort Service, by the way. Phone lines are always wide open. We had a big phone day on Thursday. A lot of interesting comments through the phone line. The Collier-Thompson phone line is 974-0101. 314-974-0101. Before we got going, Evil Calvin with a paragraph's worth of comments, Doug. The Cards are dreadful. Once again, looking like the inept team at the beginning of the year and last year and the year before. Time to clean house of all management and coaches when almost every player underachieves over the course of years. It's a manager problem. Quit drinking the Oli Kool-Aid and see the facts. So the wheels are off. Monday, beginning of this week, Cardinals were coming off a series win. Doug doesn't acknowledge the series win, but they took 2 out of 3 from the Dodgers.
They were like 8 games over 500, I think.
Yeah, and now they've lost 5 straight. Got tuned up by the youngster, the Brewers last night. And now they are 3 games over, but they're no longer in second place. The Brewers leapfrogged them. The place was rocking. Like Jackson hates that building. Rocking last night to see Mizorowski, Missouri kid, over 100 on his first pitch, I believe.
First 3.
From the get-go, I knew the Cardinals were in trouble.
Holy smokes.
He threw one 102.2, I think. They said it was the fastest pitch by a true starter since the StatCast era.
For his debut? Or just
for anybody?
I think in Nashville this year he had the top pitch throughout majors and minors.
I think there's been some relievers get it up there. Like Jordan Hicks threw 105 that one day, but for a starter.
A starter, like Yuri Perez, like the only one young who I think could throw even close to that. It's so fast.
But Doug, he couldn't go beyond 5 because he had cramps.
And he rolled his ankle. You see him roll his ankle?
Yeah. And then
he says he's fine. But he did the damage. 5 no-hit innings. Doug, do you think anybody's ever thrown a no-hitter in their major league debut?
Yes. Bumpus Jones, Pittsburgh Pirates in the 1890s.
Yes.
Bumpus
Jones in 1892. I was going to say, Doug, here's a name for you. Bumpus Jones, debut, 1892. So, and then the Sonny Gray start, they'd been winning all of his starts. I think 11-2 in Sonny Gray starts. He'd been trending up. But he's had these games over the last 2 years where everything's just fine. And then one inning, it all just goes to crap. And that was one of those games last night in the 5th. Single, double, single, homer. Walk, single, double, single, homer.
Pick somebody off, though.
Okay.
I'm big on pickoffs.
Yeah. So they lost 6-0, but they got the pickoff, so is it a wash?
There is nothing more embarrassing than getting picked off in a game. I got put in a game as a pinch runner once in college and promptly got picked off. That's a real walk of shame back to the dugout.
You got Colton wonged over there at first.
This guy had the fastest move. I was out by 3 feet. And I only had a 3-foot leadoff.
Righty or lefty get you?
Righty.
Oh, wow.
Did you
I didn't see it coming.
Did you freeze?
No, did
you scamper?
I was looking beyond him at the coach to see if I was getting the steal sign, and the second I took my eye off the pitcher, I was dead meat.
Typically do that from the bag, Doug.
I should have, learned my lesson there.
Did you call out the first base coach for not keeping you on point?
Get back.
No.
Did you swipe a lot of bags?
Not after that, I didn't.
Did you ever get asked to pinch run again?
Yeah, that's the toughest part.
I don't believe so.
You came in solely to run the bases.
Right, and immediately get picked off.
Were you known for your wheels? I mean, what do you... I can't...
Well, must have been better than the guy who replaced, I guess.
Yeah.
Is it a chubster?
Yeah.
He was
Some
probably
guy
really
named
upset.
Is it Merrimack or Mizzou?
Merrimack. And he was probably really upset. I got the hit. They put in this jump, and he got picked off.
I got one at bat my freshman year at college at Oklahoma.
At bat.
And their closer, who ended up getting drafted, got me on 3 pitches, and that was the stat line on my freshman season.
Wow. No more at bats, no more opportunities, just one.
I too pinch ran, but no, that was
You
my.
don't look like a pinch runner. No offense.
I was a little more slender in my freshman year, but yeah, one at bat, one pinch run appearance. Logged a lot of bullpen innings. I was pretty much the bullpen catcher.
Oh, well, that's okay.
Okay.
For that squad.
It's an important job.
Somebody's got to do it.
Right. And it was you in this case.
Mm-hmm.
So we got a couple of real champs here.
Yeah. I stopped playing in the 6th grade. I couldn't hit.
It brings back Vietnam type flashbacks when I see someone get picked off. I think that could happen to me. Wait, it did. Oh.
Well, we're going to toughen up.
Okay.
We had a pre-show conversation about getting tougher. I've had a head cold for about a week. Just can't quite shake it. Thought it'd be quite the move to call in sick today for you fellas. Tim's out. Call in. Sports guys in general, and Doug, maybe on the TV days, they just never call in sick.
No.
There's only like 3 or 4 guys in the room.
Doug has a great theory about that. You might get pipped. You might get Wally P'd.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Let somebody else do the show that night?
That could happen. We tend to think that they'll never get by without us.
Right.
Boy, if I don't show up, the whole place will fall apart. And then you realize pretty quick, the world goes on just fine without anybody. No matter who you are in the world, they mourn for about a day or two, and then they get right on with it.
Yeah.
And if you quit your job, the boss will be looking for your replacement about an hour later.
It's both very reassuring.
I was saying it as something we can be proud of. I was thinking it was a badge of honor, Doug. Sports guys just tough it out, show up to work.
Well, we do come from rough stock.
Yeah. But we were talking pre-show. Your dad nearly lost his leg in World War II, and we complain if it's a little bit chilly in here. If it's just a tick warm, the whole show's undone. And yet back then, people nearly lose their leg and just suck it up.
Yeah.
So this show's going to, you know what we're going to do today, Doug? We're going to toughen up.
Okay, we need to. And we get softer and softer as the generations go because it gets easier to live. It gets easier to live a day-to-day life, much easier.
I called for a roster reset on Thursday. Cardinals put out their transactions in the afternoon, and I said, I'm going to call this a minor reset. Michael Ciani called. Ryan Valade sent back down. We did see the debut there, Andre Granillo, who I'd never heard about.
No.
When we were in spring training for a week, checked the Memphis stats every once in a while. This guy had 14 strikeouts per 9 innings down there at Memphis.
Yeah, that's crazy.
So he's part of the roster reset. I did not get a lineup shuffle I was looking for. Newt is still leading off, Doug.
Yeah, he is.
Just keep rolling him out there. Can I get a lineup shuffle tonight? It might be a Bobby Valentine special.
Newt had what? 2 or 3 hits last night.
He didn't have any.
No.
0 for 3.
Top 3 hitters were 0 for.
Well, they only had 3 hits.
3 hits total.
The whole team only had 3 hits.
Daddy wants Mason win.
I think I'd put Win at the top.
Yeah.
It's hard to feel good about your team when they lose 5 in a row. I mean, that's impossible. But big picture, there's still only 3 out in the wild card. It's middle of June. You can't cash it in at this point.
I think what's tough is it's a twofold issue, and I won't go Roman numeral on you, Doug, is like Martin said.
Is this Clabe's number of reasons?
Like Martin said at the outset of the show, Saturday afternoon, you're probably feeling about as good on the Cardinals as you had all season. Back-to-back against the Dodgers, where you basically didn't give up a run, a fluky run the 9th of the second game, and then you rattle off 5 losses in a row. And if they had won maybe 2 or 3 more, I think you would have got even more buy-in from a bigger percentage of the fan base. And right about the time, approaching Flag Day, as mentioned claims again, you go on a 5-game losing streak, and then people are like, see, bums.
Yeah, I think we're all really quick to say, I told you so, this team's not going to be any good when they go through any kind of a stumble. And it could be if they just get wiped off the map here in Milwaukee that they might not recover.
Shot into the sun.
They could be 9 games out of first place if they just come up empty in Milwaukee. And
to win this series, they're going to have to take the next 3, Doug.
I don't really care about winning the series. I care about getting those 3 wins.
Split?
I'll take a split. I'll take a split.
Well, I'd take a split right now.
I'll take 3 more wins. 2 you'd be happy with for sure.
Yeah. Stop the bleeding.
3 would be fantastic because you got the White Sox coming after that, so maybe you can make up some ground there too.
Sure.
Didn't they get kicked around by the Sox last year? I feel like they did.
I think they won the.
I'm not the best at remembering schedules, as if Miles Michaelis could remind us. They played the Brewers already.
I remember going to a Sox Cardinal game last year. It was a Friday. Sonny Gray was on the mound. They won that game, and I think they lost the next two. Yeah.
Sell the team and donate the money to Tim. That's from Steven Time.
Gosh, stop it.
Are you guys wearing black because Tim is out? Let's see. Michael Ciani couldn't hit Doug's butt cheeks. What? Why does Oli love outfielders who can't hit? I think that's an organizational issue. I think he's been handed some outfielders.
I think they don't love them. They just can't find any that do.
Somebody else pointed out you need Donnie back. That's true. Brendan Donovan not in the lineup. That's a big hole. He's got a toe injury.
That boy is scrappy.
He is scrappy.
But he needs to be in the lineup to be scrappy.
Oh, yeah. That hurts to not have their best hitter.
Yeah.
Doug, would you say on your sportscast tonight that things are not so fine for the Mound City Nine?
Well, I don't have a sportscast.
Would you like to tonight, though?
No.
You sure?
It's been almost 4 years now.
What do you miss about it, Doug? Absolutely nothing.
The hours.
You're supposed to say the people.
Oh, the people were just so wonderful. It wasn't so much the building or the career. It's just the lovely people.
Yeah.
They were like family to me.
Every coach, manager, player, years later, they talk about the people. That's what they all say. What do you miss? Oh, I miss the people.
You always say that with athletes. Talk about like miss hanging out in the locker room or
the vibe.
Yeah, just hanging out with the guys. Doug, have you ever muttered to yourself in the past couple of years, boy, I really wish I had a sportscast today?
The idea sounds laughable at this point.
How are the sports? Are they great?
I didn't mind doing the sportscast. It was kind of fun there for a while.
It was everything around it.
It's working nights and weekends and holidays, and that's what wears on you after a while.
Well, I've got a big opportunity tomorrow. We got the city soccer game is on Fox 2, and the pregame show. Doug, you like a good half-hour pregame?
Love them. Love them.
3 o'clock tomorrow, and it should be bright and sunny.
Nice.
You're still doing the late nights and early mornings. Doesn't that wear on you after a while?
Yeah, it can. I've kind of the Jack Buck mindset, though. He always said take a nap whenever you like the middle of the day. I just shut her down for a while. I was off TV last night.
I used to have to do that every day. And then I thought, wait a minute, maybe I'm doing life wrong if the highlight of my day is going home and taking a nap. Maybe that's not the way it's supposed to be.
I enjoy a good nap. 30 minutes, 40 minutes, doesn't matter.
Yeah.
To keep you from sleeping at night? You have trouble going back to sleep?
Nope, not at all. I could sleep. I could lay on this floor right now and fall asleep.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Thinking about it, actually.
I consider myself an Olympic caliber sleeper as well.
Yasiel the Boy Puig says Marcelo Zuna and Randy Arozarena can hit. Among the ones that got away.
Certainly.
Even Lane Thomas has turned out to be a pretty good hitter.
Real good.
And we got Lester for him?
Lester, yeah.
One
that
of
was
those
the Lester half
a year.
Yeah. That was bad.
It's sort of depressing.
Well, Pajes is hitting 213. Don't sleep on that.
Don't sleep on that.
Gorman 216. I know we're not supposed to look at averages anymore. That shows you're an old man, but show me a 300 hitter and I'll show you a darn good hitter.
Nolan Gorman got his eye back.
Well, I wish he would.
Yeah. I feel the same way about wins and losses for pitchers. Like, it doesn't count, but I think it's an indicator.
Sure it does.
9 times out of 10, it tells you whether a pitcher is decent or not.
Yeah, I mean, if they have like a 500 record but a sub-3 ERA, you just know they're getting no support. But
yeah, there are some outliers like Paul Skeens and the Pirates.
Right.
Right, but typically, if somebody's 10-1, it's probably not just a fluke.
Agreed.
If they're 8-2, I'll bet you they're a pretty good pitcher.
Right.
But wins don't matter.
I guess
Tommy Pham told me batting average didn't matter.
Yeah, that's what you say when you don't have a very good one.
I asked him a question about he was playing well, and I said, do you think this opens the door for more opportunity? He said, what are you asking? And I said, well, if you could be an everyday player. He goes, what's an everyday player? And I said, well, what do you mean? And he said, what kind of stats? We had this very awkward back and forth, and he's staring right through me. And this is a man who's been stabbed a couple times, so you got to hang in there. Mm-hmm. And he said, what stats? And I said, all right, how about 280? And he goes, batting average doesn't matter. Okay, take that off the table. I said, how about 20 homers, 80 RBIs? He said, what am I on pace for? I said, about 20 homers and 80 RBIs. He said, okay. And I said, that was my question. It was the most circular, awkward, tense discussion.
Yeah.
And then he came back a few years later, and he was just fine.
Yeah. Lance Lynn did or did not remember him.
He told me he never played with him. And I walked away, got my phone out, went to Baseball Reference, and I'm like, I swear I looked this up. And then Hayes is, he's just messing with you. Thanks.
He says, speaking of batting average, see, Aaron Judge is now at 392.
It's crazy.
But that doesn't matter.
The best power hitter in the game is hitting 392.
It's crazy. It's unbelievable.
Although, you know who leads the major leagues in home runs without looking?
Oh, boy.
I don't think you'd guess it.
Junior or senior circuit?
It's the junior circuit.
That's the American League for you kids out there.
Mm-hmm.
We're talking about baseball for you kids out there. That's where they pitch it and hit it. The kids don't know what baseball is.
Is it a catcher?
It is.
That guy from the Mariners.
Cal Raleigh.
Yeah.
Cal Raleigh, yeah.
Mariners.
26 home runs for this guy.
Yeah. They do it quietly up in the Pacific Northwest.
So he's on a pace
Rodriguez.
to hit like 55 home runs as a catcher?
Tell them about
Holy
catchers
smokes.
this year.
It's the year of the catcher.
It's the year of the catcher. Year of the C.
Cardinals players may not be able to hit a lick, but boy, they can play some disc golf. Is that true?
I could see some of them being
Probably.
pretty good.
Yeah. They can probably sling it.
Speaking of I was thinking about this with the young fella almost busting up his ankle yesterday. I remember Miles telling us that he loved the mound in Milwaukee, how it feels like a bigger mound. Maybe there's a little something to that might mess with the young fella.
That's why he wasn't able to finish off the no-hitter and join Bumpus Jones in 1892.
Bumpus Jones, I love that.
I wonder how hard Bumpus threw.
I think
Mizarowski was throwing 102. I wonder what Bumpus threw.
I think if Nolan Gorman got in the box with him, he'd take him 480 down the right field. Probably just taking a look at Bumpus Jones. The gear they used to wear in baseball is just so crazy to me.
Some of the gloves are just great.
Oh, yeah.
That's why they used to always say catch with two hands, because with one hand the ball wouldn't even stay in there.
Right, it wasn't really, yeah.
Now, I'm not sure they even teach two hands anymore.
Bumpus had a short-lived run there.
Oh, no.
2-4 career record.
Well,
Flamed out after a no-hitter in his debut.
Yeah, geez, he pitched 5 times after he threw a no-hitter in his debut.
I bet those guys were tough as nails, though, growing up in the 1880s, 1890s.
He was born in 1870.
So they may have been a little better than we would give them credit for.
You don't think they complained in the clubhouse if there wasn't a good spread after the game?
Clubhouse? What clubhouse?
Yes.
Just walk home after the game.
Probably.
With a sack over their shoulder.
Like a hobo.
Back to work on the farm. Take the mule back and start plowing.
Yeah.
God, we're a bunch of ninnies. Mm-hmm. Martin, just be grateful that Pham didn't pull out a knife and stab you. That's true. You never know what goes on. See, we toughen up in that clubhouse.
Have you ever been
Doug?
shanked in the clubhouse?
No.
Has there been times where it feels like the next thing that might happen is a stabbing?
I think my worst locker room moment covering the Green Bay Packers. They used to play in Milwaukee at the old county stadium that predates Jackson's least favorite American family.
That's right.
Rocking last night.
Certainly.
And when I was in Rhinelander, Wisconsin, the old NBC affiliate, Doug, we had to shoot our own post game. Mm-hmm. It's kind of come full circle now.
Right. Do it now with a cell phone.
But they had a tethered cable to the little box on the side. It was all connected. It was very awkward to get around. And in the football locker room, there's giant bags for each player to throw all of his helmets and gear. And in Milwaukee, it was a baseball locker room, so it accommodated 25. Well, they got 50 in foot, so it's just jam packed. And covering the Packers, there's like 30 stations. The whole state covers the team. So I'm giving myself the backstory here, Doug, why it was a little cramped and crowded.
Okay.
And John Yurkovic, the big defensive tackle, was a great talker, became a Chicago sports guy for a long time, radio. But everybody interviewed Jerko after the game. But I was trying to get to him, and I tripped over the bag, and he'd been dealing with, like, knee injuries. And it'd been, like, a story. He was playing through it. And I landed about 4 inches from his knee, face down with all of the gear.
Oh, no.
Just humiliating. Kind of like the Tom Cruise when he's walking out in Jerry Maguire and he just face plants.
Yeah.
That's a little bit what it was like. And he's like, Jesus! He just screams and, of course, calls more attention to it.
Right.
I'm so sorry. And I think I walked away. Didn't even interview. I just I'm going to go home and just cry.
Did you know? Obviously, you're trying to do that.
The next day, the Milwaukee...
Wainwright thought I had the worst question ever.
The next day in the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel, they have, like, game notes. And they said a photographer from Rhinelander almost landed on Yurko. They put it in the paper. They didn't say my name. And I saw it, and I was even more humiliated.
Oh, man.
But we persevere.
What if you had landed on him and
God,
re-injured
I
the
don't know.
knee and he's out for the year?
And PR guys are usually, like, so protective. They probably yelled at me, "Watch it, fella. What are you doing?" Because
It's their fault for having such a small locker room.
Yeah. What are you playing in County Stadium for, idiots? You got Lambeau frickin' Field.
Absolutely.
I wonder if a media guy has ever injured a player and knocked him out of a few games.
Huh.
Not meaning to injure
Like
him, of
landed
course.
on him.
Yeah.
Bumped him.
Dropped something, electrocuted him or something.
Electrocuted. Okay, I'm going to Google it. Has a big league player
I've got a bad
ever
mic
been
here.
electrocuted?
This mic's hot. I got to shorten the wiring.
I think with the giant cameras on the shoulder of the photographers spinning around, I've seen some players like coming out of the shower, like kind of duck,
close, yeah.
they lean back and nearly get nicked.
Remember when the
by
Clintons
camera?
were doing a studio interview and the backdrop fell on them? Remember that?
Yeah. I think they thought they were under attack.
Yeah.
I'm finding a lot of athletes getting physical with journalists, not necessarily the
Like
other way around.
confrontations.
Yeah, that might have been like a shove to the side.
Well, Ryan Leaf was a big, I think Junior Seau broke it up.
Yeah. Yeah, there seems to be a good amount of that. Doesn't seem like a lot of journalists are starting to get physical with the athletes.
Wanting to go toe-to-toe?
Not
If
a
you put a
lot.
finger in the chest and you injure them.
Yeah, so still looking.
Mike Ditka told you, you got a problem? Come on down here. I'll kick your ass. You come down here right now. I think that was for a listener.
Yeah.
Same idea, though.
I like Ditka's response. One guy asked a question. He says, none of your business.
What do you care? What do you care? The text inbox, the Air Comfort Service text inbox is 399-9646. I suspect at this point, Doug, most people have it programmed to their phone. So it appears.
Well, hopefully, yeah.
399-9646, the text inbox. Phone lines are always open. Chairman Kurt, can you answer the phones from over there? Are you monitoring the phones from there? He's in Tim's seat. Speaking of getting Wally pipped.
I'm not. If you notice, I'm not sitting in it.
You've pushed it aside.
Yeah, I
You
should not
refuse
be
to?
in that chair. No.
Oh, you won't sit in it because it's Tim's throne?
Are you serious?
Oh, gosh.
Next. Injuries from the game. Talk to the trainer. Next.
Mike, why are you in such a bad mood?
What do you care? Okay. You were 2-7, you'd be in a bad mood too.
I think it's a great question to a coach or manager. Why are you in such a bad mood? Can you imagine the skipper? Why are you in such a bad mood? Why are you always in a bad mood?
Oh, my God.
The phone lines, when Chairman Kurt's not paying homage to Tim's chair, is 974-0101. Those are
I can answer them.
Callier and
I got them in
Thompson.
front of me, so you can
Okay.
call on in.
What did we have yesterday? We had Pestis, and then we had Sean. He was driving a van or delivery vehicle, and things just sort of got sideways.
Yeah,
With the umpire.
Yeah, with the
Yeah, I
SEC
enjoyed
umpire.
the SEC umpire. People thought it really was Adam Wainwright. I think he just had that southern
Yeah,
drawl.
Keith from Green Bay was in the mix.
Who I
Martin
called Greg.
Greg.
Yeah, Martin.
But he paused and said, he made his point and said, and also, it's Keith.
So that will be featured in Drops the Week. Hate
Oh,
to
God.
get ahead of myself, but that is featured in Drops the Week.
Drops of the week are coming up. Joey Vitale at 8:15 if you want to set aside 30 minutes of listening.
Yeah.
Does he have a hard out today?
Not that I'm aware of, so he might just roll right into Parayko.
Colton Parayko at 9 o'clock. Colton Parayko, one of the few players who I think spends most of the summer or the offseason here.
Sonny?
Hanging out. Sundquist and Parayko are the two who are, I'm sure Parayko will take a vacation or get out of town, but
Sure.
he's also really into the Indy cars. He spent a lot of time at the track over there, driving, racing.
Super cool.
And so he'll be at the race on Sunday night. Weather not ideal for Martin's big pregame show that Doug would like to host.
Well, yeah, I wish that was me.
Saturday at 3 o'clock. City's playing at 3:30 down at Energizer Park. The LA Galaxy won the MLS Cup. I'm telling you guys this.
Right, yeah. Just to refresh the audience's
They
memory.
won the MLS Cup last year, and now they have one win in 17 matches.
How does that happen?
I don't know. I'm going to do a little deep dive between now and 3 o'clock tomorrow to figure out how that happened.
How the Galaxy.
How in the hell do you win the Cup, and the next year you have one win
First
in
to
17?
worst.
Sometimes, and I don't know the LA Galaxy situation, but I know in some MLS cases, when a team's really good,
Pick off players?
some leagues, maybe from Europe or other international leagues, might pick up some of the players' contracts in the transfer window.
Will we ever get to the point in the MLS where we're picking off top players from Europe?
No, not
Never?
probably not in
Messi?
the next 10 years. North of 35. Like,
or you're
prime Messi.
dissing Messi?
No, I'm saying prime Messi wouldn't have come to America. Wasn't coming to America. He was playing in Barcelona.
I believe the story goes his wife wanted to live in Miami. So
I can see
It
that.
sounds about right.
I think he got a pretty sweet deal with Apple and MLS.
Well, the top guys in Europe are making like 50, 70 million a year, so
maybe
aren't they?
more, yeah.
Yeah, depending on sponsorships and stuff.
So that's not going to happen here, not unless the
Not
league
unless,
really-
massive dollars
Right.
get put into it. Yeah, that's the way you. I mean, that's how you got Messi. Is a lot of money.
We also have the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. All of these vehicles, chances for you to communicate with the show. It's the morning after, presented by Brown and Crouppen and Doug. Who brings us the dossier? It's our friends at Stifel, right?
Well, they certainly do. They certainly do. TMA is brought to you by the St. Louis-based Stifel. It's a leading wealth management and investment banking firm. Stifel is a firm where success meets success and has been since, I'd say 1890. They were founded in downtown St. Louis way back when. Same street the company is headquartered on today. They are proud to call St. Louis home for 135 years now. They also partner with the Cardinals and the Blues and now the Stifel Charity Classic, and they sponsor Stifel Theater. Stifel is honored to support the city, the people, and its future. With financial advisors and 12 offices across the region, Stifel helps clients right here in St. Louis and nationwide manage their hard-earned wealth. Stifel also provides banking, lending, and trust services and has a full-service investment bank. Basically, when it comes to finance, Stifel has you covered. Stifel and TMA, that's where success meets success. Stifel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
Doug, you asked, they answer on the text line. Talking about the LA Galaxy, they had to sell a good player to stay under the cap. They've had their three best players fighting injuries. They have a very top-heavy roster. So, tomorrow at 3:01. Welcome in, everybody. It's been a tough ride for the LA Galaxy. I'll just print out the text line.
I bet they're not even talking about that in L.A.
No, probably not. Some corners of it. I mean, that's the thing with like the massive markets.
Dodgers dominate.
Lakers too.
Lakers dominate.
Yeah.
I always felt like when the Kings were really good, it's still out there like a niche. Hey, we got a hockey. Oh, how are they doing? Oh, they're pretty good. I think that Will Ferrell goes to a lot of LA Kings games.
He's a Clippers guy too, I think.
And the Chargers, I don't think they get a whole lot of attention either, do they?
No, that's the weird one.
And the Angels don't really. It's the same TV market,
But you said the Ducks. People were at the Ducks game.
Oh, yeah. The games are packed, but whether that gets a lot of media attention, I'm not sure.
No.
If you guys had to guess, quick guessing game, average attendance for LA Galaxy home games.
I got to get the capacity of their stadium.
It's around 20. They're all around.
But some of them are big. Like the Atlanta team plays at the
Mercedes thing,
Dome.
yeah.
I'll say 17,000.
I think they play at that place in I can't remember
Carson
the name of it.
City or something?
Yeah.
Or, no, that's Nevada.
That's in Nevada.
Is that a capital? No.
Yes, it is.
Wow.
It's the capital of Nevada.
Know your capitals, folks.
Pony Express went right through Carson City.
It's the Dignity Health Sports Park.
It rolls right off the tongue. Can you imagine doing highlights for that, Doug?
Capacity 27,000.
Okay. LA Galaxy, and they have the LAFC.
I don't know if they play in the same building.
I'm going to guess they don't, which makes a lot of sense. I'll say average attendance 15.
I'll go 22.
I'm at 17.
Average attendance 26,136.
Wow.
Huh, that's pretty good.
Hell yeah.
Is that stadium with that long name located in Carson, California?
It is.
Yep.
Okay.
Now, can we see where do the LAFC Timbers squad play?
The first iteration of those MLS teams all got like mascots, and then they went to more European style, much to Doug's chagrin.
They play at BMO Stadium in Los Angeles.
Okay. Capacity?
Oh, no. Nuts.
Sorry. I thought you were on like a wiki page.
22.
No,
22.
Okay. Do you know what they draw?
God.
You sit in that chair.
That's a pretty strong, that LA Galaxy, and they are the defending champs, as pointed out on this show and tomorrow's pregame show.
22-1.
22-1, that's pretty good.
Really good.
We would figure the demographic of L.A. would be more interested in soccer than a lot of cities.
Any other questions, Doug?
No, I'm about out.
The text line is undefeated with information. They say that Will Ferrell owns LAFC.
What do you mean owns? He owns.
Must be a part owner.
Lock, stock, and barrel?
If I had to guess, I would say he's probably a part owner.
Okay.
Because you mentioned that he shows up at LAFC, or somebody did.
I think you did.
They also have a lot of riot talk in LA. That's true. We were sticking to the sports content.
Magic Johnson, Mia Hamm, and Nomar Garcia Parra also part owners.
Gotcha.
LAFC.
Mm-hmm. Aren't they also part owners of the Dodgers? Isn't Magic part of an ownership group?
Is he the president or?
I thought he was part of an ownership group.
I think he is part of the ownership group.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's do this. We'll just stay on time. Got to manage the clock. We do.
He says it's 7:30.
It's 7. Am I already way behind?
Oh, no.
I'm trying to manage the clock.
Yeah, I don't care.
Somebody the other day said, how would you describe TMA? And I said, oh, that's a good question. They were trying to explain it to somebody else. And I was trying to be complimentary, but I said, I don't know, it's just kind of stupid. I don't know. Like
chopping it up.
Chopping it up.
Yeah.
Old school.
Yeah.
Okay, to the text inbox, how would you just, to your friends, are like, what are you listening to?
Ooh, that's a good question.
How do you describe TMA?
Yeah, question of the day.
And we'll give out a prize.
In 2 sentences or less.
What prize do we have?
Oh, we'll come up with something.
Okay.
$5.90.
Like
Jay Jr. left over in the corner. It is the morning after, presented by Brown and Crouppen. The text inbox is Air Comfort Service. You know the number, 399-9646. Phone lines are wide open, Doug, until 8:15, and then Joey Vitale is going to hold court. Colton Parayko checking in at 9 o'clock. We did have the Blues Stanley Cup anniversary. We'll talk a little hockey with him as well. Stanley Cup Finals. How about what happened last night?
Howdy.
And then our guy Panger getting nicked by the panel. We'll get into all of that coming up on the morning after.
The Cubbies are going tra-la, tra-la. Go down on the Mets, tra-la, tra-la. The Cardinals are coming, tra-la, tra-la. The Cubbies are saying the flags in the bag. The Cardinals are winning, it's too soon to brag. But when it's all over and October's here, Alberta will win it, 'cause this is our year. Look out, because we're swinging our clubs. Beware you Mets, don't make any bets. We're drinking a beer, 'cause this is the year. The Cardinals are coming. Tra-la-la-la-la-la.
Jazz flute. Oh.
Now everything's okay. Just look away. 6-0, Cards playing. 5 straight losses. Sonny Gray teed up, knocked out. And the Brewers seem to have the next Paul Skeens. Other than that, things are going just fine. Oh, and the Brewers are in second place now.
Right.
Other than that, things are just fine. But let's focus on the text line.
We'll get back in this thing. We'll get back in this baby.
Okay. Well, it starts tonight, Doug.
Okay. And Fetty's pitching tonight.
He's okay.
So yeah.
He was okay the other day. He's always kind of like, okay. Just okay. Cardinals are trending down. Stanley Cup Finals trending up. Let's talk a little hockey, Doug.
Okay.
How about that? Florida had a 3-0 lead. Matthew Tkachuk, couple of goals. Panthers are at home. They're leading 3-0. Oilers tie it with 3. Doug, do you always say that the 3-goal lead is the most dangerous in hockey?
2-goal lead.
Oh, the 2-goal
dangerous lead. Yeah.
What's the 3-goal lead? Usually a guarantee?
Usually safe. This was the biggest comeback of a team down 3 on the road, I think.
Road, Stanley Cup,
ever. The last time that a team was down in the final 3 goals and came back to win was the Canadiens in 1919. They beat Bumpus Jones and the Pittsburgh Pirates. No, they beat the Seattle Metropolitans. Didn't realize they had a team in 1919. Seattle must have been a pretty small city in 1919, don't you think?
Yeah.
Pre-Space Needle.
One Starbucks at the time. Just one. Here's a quick aside, Jackson. Do you know there's a pocket of people, I noticed this on social media, people in Seattle who are actively rooting for the Thunder to lose because they stole their team.
Oh, really? They're still...
Yeah. They got a little of that St. Louis Rams PTSD in them, I guess.
Sure.
I'd kind of forgotten about it. Although I think Seattle could support another team for sure.
It's when the NBA expands and M. Silver is talking about expansion, I would imagine that Seattle will be first on that list along with Las Vegas.
Not just the size of the city, but the corporate money that's up there.
And the way that it went down with the Supersonics was really kind of nasty, and I think the NBA wants to right that wrong. I think.
But we were talking hockey, and that series is now tied. And so the Stanley Cup Finals, you're going to have a Game 5 Saturday in Edmonton, and then Game 6 will be Tuesday. You got to look, NBA, NHL, they take like 3 or 4 days to travel, I think. So NBA is tonight, Game 4 in Indianapolis. Pacers lead the series 2-1. They're threatening a gentleman's sweep. But the hockey last night, Panthers blow the lead, and then they're scrambling for their lives. They've got to score a goal. Here's what it sounded like, Doug. With 19 seconds to go, Florida had to score to force OT.
Hit the lever, Phil.
Held in by Verhaeghe. Now across. Tkachuk with it. Score!
Hit the goalpost at that. Kenny Alberts had a few of those calls. Didn't it used to seem like teams rarely scored when they pulled the goalie? It seems like they always got scored on, but rarely scored. And now it seems to happen all the time.
Yeah, where's the empty netter gone? It's all about the team that pulls the goalie gets that big goal. But it didn't last because in overtime, the Oilers got the W.
Buck pulls it. Cross-ice pass. Draisaitl flips it in. Score! Leon Draisaitl in overtime. The Edmonton Oilers tie the series 2 games apiece.
Draisaitl. So they've won twice. The Oilers have won twice, both times. Draisaitl in overtime. And I just love the Jackie sounder. The days of Doug, the fun police, I believe he was called by Jackson. The days of Doug just teeing up Jackie Papers for a bad edit are gone. You've cleaned it up nicely.
Yeah, it's really full offensive on the other way.
We enjoy the sound effect more than the sound bite itself.
I'll take that.
That's his 4th overtime goal of the postseason.
Record.
Yeah. Not since Bumpus Jones did it.
And back to fun with guessing games. What do you think the success rate is of scoring goals when your team pulls the goalie?
Is this playoffs or all?
This is just
like historical
across the board. Yeah,
I'll say 8%.
8%.
Is that the number?
No, I was just repeating.
Okay. I'll go 4%.
Oh, I think that's too low. I'm going to go 12%.
15%.
Oh, got
Nice.
it.
Good work, Martin.
I almost said 15, though. I almost said it.
It seems like it's been higher than that this playoffs. So.
Yeah.
Certainly against the Blues, it was higher than that.
So we had Kenny Albert, friend of the show, on the call. Then Darren Pang, friend of the show, even though he wonders, this is the show, huh?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Here's Panger post-game with Leon Draisaitl.
Oops, sorry.
Oh, no.
There we go.
I knew this would happen. Okay, go ahead.
Back and better than ever.
Leon, what can you say after this dramatic win, trailing 3-0, bouncing back, and then having them tie it up so late, and the adversity that you deal with as a team? It's one of the best I've ever seen.
Yeah, sometimes I think we'd like to put ourselves into better situations for ourselves so we don't constantly have to, fight back and hang in there and scratch and claw our way back. But it is a great... it's a great characteristic of our team. We continue to chip away at it, and today, obviously not a good start, but then we started playing.
How does this sound? 4 Stanley Cup playoff overtime game winners.
Yeah, it's good, but I mean,
it's a new record.
Obviously, we got a lot of work ahead of us here, so I'll take it. But yeah, bigger picture.
Gosh, he really hit the goalpost that time. Guessing game, anyone know what Leon Draisaitl's nation of origin is?
German.
That's correct.
Nailed that one.
Doesn't seem like there's a whole lot of players from Germany.
We had Jochen Hecht. Was it Hecht? Jochen Hecht was one of those Blues that was always going to be he was kind of just sitting there, not overly hyped, but we were waiting for him to become a big thing.
They thought he was going to be a top player.
Now, before we play the next clip, which I assume is going to be the TNT panel.
You're following along with me as we scan the dossier.
In that interview with Panger and Draisaitl, Panger is appearing, based on the camera shot, to be taller than Leon Draisaitl, who stands at 6'2".
Maybe he was sitting.
Well, I don't know what the situation was.
So you're painting a picture for a reason.
I'm just telling you what the camera would look like. It looked like Panger was taller than Draisaitl, and then this is what the TNT panel featuring the Great One had to say about the interview. One moment. Yeah, I got it. Oh, I got it for you, Doug.
Is Panger going to travel to Edmonton with that Apple box?
I don't think. I mean,
there's no way he's the same height.
It's those peptides kicking in.
Yeah. Implants. Oh, but great job by Panger there.
No, I don't think that's an Apple box. I mean, he's on someone's shoulder. He's looking down at it.
It's like Austin Powers and Mini-Me.
Oh, man. Great interview.
Gosh, he just keeps hitting the post. He was on the bench interviewing the Edmonton coach, who looked like he was about 2 feet taller than Darren Pang. And yet Pang played in the NHL.
I know. And is the best. I love Darren Pang.
I like how they nick a guy and then you always say, but great interview, great job.
Great interview.
It's like the terrible toast at every wedding. Yeah, Bobby and I, man, we knew each other since college. And remember that time in Vegas? But you're a tremendous friend. You become a great husband. Like you have to clean it up.
Yeah. You have to finish like that. Yeah.
You have to like Panger. Ha ha! You're a short little midget, man. Great interview. Good job with Draisaitl.
I think Darren Pang might be the best on the field interviewer / analyst in all of sports.
Wow.
Who would be better?
Because that role is unique where you have that kind of access.
Yeah.
So you're kind of hanging with the players.
Some of the most famous ones would be someone like Craig Sager, may he rest in peace.
Doris Burke.
Doris Burke. Aaron Andrews.
Kind of sideline-ish. He's also the analyst, but now he's kind of in that.
Yeah, but just for knowing what he's talking about, for having a great personality, for always having interesting things to say, you can't beat the guy. He's just fantastic.
Yeah,
and has just tremendous energy. And this is not on the air. When I would just be down there pregame, he would just say something funny or pretend to trip and fall, or like just always just jacking around, but in a fun way. Texter says, Martin, I think the dictator McKernan is censoring my text. Is this coming through? From Susie Cream Cheese.
I can remember Many Susie cream cheese texts being read.
And then I made a mistake, I think, by opening Pandora's box, which is different than is it Doringer's cat, Doug? Schrodinger's cat. When I said, how would you describe the show? And that did kind of open the door for a lot of people to kind of give their version. Somebody said it's a bloated version of Balloon Party. Sports adjacent. I think that's a good phrase.
Some could say Balloon Party was a slimmed-down version of TMA. People just might not have heard TMA before Balloon Party.
Yeah.
From both of these, they texted in, TMA, a morning sports radio talk show, minus the sports. I did think of this the other day. I was looking for the Harlan clip to send. I think was I sending it to cousin Nick, Doug? I think I was sending it in Minnesota.
Maybe.
And I went to the TMA app, and this is before the fourth hour was posted. So sitting right there in front of me, and for Kevin Harlan and any of his friends to see, it said something about furries.
Hot furry action.
No. Yes. I thought, if in fact the great Kevin Harlan wanted to hear it or send it to his friends, and he went to the app, all he would see is hot furry action.
It's good for SEO.
Big SEO, yeah. Listen, a leopard can't change its spots. Spots? Leopards have spots.
I think so.
Tiger can't change its stripes. That's not a saying. But leopard can't change their spots.
I went to the zoo the other day.
Humble brag.
Natural.
Nice segue.
And I love the zoo. But why were you at the zoo?
Just something to do.
Okay.
I'm an activity guy.
Sure. Okay.
Those leopards, scary.
Yeah.
Scary.
Beautiful animals.
Yeah.
You feel like they could get loose, don't you?
That they have them down. The big,
like in a mosquito net.
The big cat part of the zoo is kind of sunken down.
Yeah.
Right.
But you still wonder if one of those things could just find the want to just go hopping over. But yeah, those are some dangerous creatures.
That's a nice take.
He's talking about leopards and
It's a
spots.
strong
I
take.
saw a leopard
I
the other
know,
day. No
yeah.
tigers. The lion wasn't there. How do you feel about those animals at the zoo in St. Louis? Like, it's off-putting to see a polar bear summering in St. Louis.
It is kind of. Yeah.
Just sweating.
It is.
Dripping in sweat.
Yeah.
Who the hell shipped me to St. Louis? If Tim goes on vacation, you guys should just all go on vacation and play a best of.
Nonsense.
Okay, knock it off.
Silly sports show.
Yeah.
Just one hot mess. Embarrassingly bad. These are all new slogans for the show.
There's no wrong answers to this, by the way.
Guys who play grab ass forced to talk sports more often than they should. I think that's fair.
Okay.
That's fair. The one I couldn't read, a couple I couldn't read, actually.
Calipari, Izzo, and if Patino was in here, we're talking Italian special, we're talking rigatoni, marinara.
I've always thought ADHD theater is a good
that's
description.
ADHD theater.
Can I give you my starting lineup?
No.
Come down there and see you.
He doesn't have time for this fella's starting lineup.
My favorite part of hey, Mike, I'll come down there and see. No. When we finally played the whole version, yeah, the guy had a really sad story and just needed a pick-me-up or a friend, and Francesca had no time for it.
Kristen Massapico, what's up, Chris?
Hey, Mike, I want to slap your big butt cheek.
No.
All right, there's a guy very, very important this morning with a very big comment to elevate the program.
There is no
Bob in Manhattan, what's up, Bob?
Where is he? That's the end of the cut.
I got it. Hold on.
And this is fitting. A texter said, a place where dumb is king.
Yeah.
Mike, let me tell you, you're a legend. This is a dream come true for me. I did some radio and television work way back in the day. Huge fan of yours, Mike. I was supposed to be there on Sunday to meet you. I didn't make it. I tell you, I'm heartbroken. Going through a divorce, my wife and me always talk about you. I used to watch you, tape you on the Yes Network, Mike. This is great to speak to you. Mike, I want to meet you one day. I want to ask you a big favor. How about I come up to the station on Friday? Could I come up and meet you?
No.
Just shot him down, just like that. He didn't even think about it.
He just opened his heart up. Going through a tough divorce. How about I come down and meet you? No.
No.
I bet the guy was heartbroken.
Absolutely. But in fairness to Francesca, that's the right thing to do.
For sure. But I think
it's a huge no.
Is there a way you say, hey, I appreciate your support. Thanks for being a loyal listener. We don't allow it's corporate doesn't allow it.
Sure.
You kind of back out, even though inside your thought bubble is hell no, I ain't but you say something real nice.
Well, a guy who's never afraid of dead air, just being a part of his program, he didn't let 1 second of dead air go before he said no. Yeah, they're ready to roll.
Mr. Licks is concerned. Just tuning in. Tim is on a quick break, and we'll be right back. Right? It's from Mr. Licks, who calls in, and that leads to Matt Holliday calling in. But we've got Colton Parayko coming up at 9 o'clock. Joey Vitale at 8:15. We've already talked a little Stanley Cup final. We've got an NBA game tonight. U.S. Open. We'll get into a little Oakmont chatter.
Okay.
Rory +4 after day one. Bryson +3.
Brooksy
Brooks Koepka. I think he was on my list. Didn't Tim have a list or quiz who you'd hang out with, and they had to be a golfer?
Oh, yeah.
And I put Brooks on there. I thought
that's a good answer.
Even though he's probably a little bro-ish, but at least would be fun.
I think it'd be fun and have fun stories.
Yeah, chopping it up. That's what we do. We chop it up on this show, despite all of you saying it's just grab ass. We're chopping it up. Eric in Central West End said it's just hot guys talking about hot guys.
Yeah. I think that's about
that's
right.
the show
nice.
as well.
That's what I would say.
It's the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. I'll try and Tim has a better. Actually, KG is in that spot. I don't always see the.
I got it pulled up here.
All right,
we got the usual suspects. Jake and St. Genevieve's hanging out in there with Uncle Cucker, Doug's butt hamster, John Scores, and yeah.
Okay.
Good little group on a Friday.
Nice. Is that guy still playing Frisbee golf? Did he post a score in there?
I didn't see him post a score, but I did see Erwin M. Fletcher in there, yeah.
All right. Well, glad to have him involved.
Was he the caller?
Someone called. Yeah,
he called in as the gerbil.
That's right.
Okay, but he was actually the disc golfer.
Yes, he was the disc golfer who started the whole conversation around that and pickleball.
We built the show. We build the show around you people.
Absolutely. If you don't like the show, it's on you.
Well, right. It's not our fault. Yeah.
God,
Do your own
today's show
show.
really sucked. Those listeners should feel terrible.
Expect us to do everything?
It's a people's show.
Right.
The text inbox is 399-9646, brought to you by Air Comfort Service. The phone line is 974-0101. Doug says the phone line is a real treat. Or does he call it poison?
It's mostly poison.
314-974-0101. Brought to you by Collier and Thompson. Of course, you have the Design Air email of the day. We do that at the end of the show. I usually miss that with onboarding. I'm going to stay and take part.
Hell yeah.
Looking forward to that. It's Chairman Kurt, Jackson, Doug, Martin with you. Tim is out. He's not under the weather. He's just got a vacation day.
Yeah, scheduled vacation day.
Nobody here has missed much, I don't think. We are here for the people.
We're
You're
not
out
just
next week,
we're not
right?
just cute. We're cut from rough stock.
Yeah,
Yes.
I'll be out Friday of next week.
Next Friday.
As I head
Sweet,
to
sweet
the Cape.
Kai.
Yes, as I head to my buddy's wedding in Cape Cod.
You got your fit picked out?
Yeah, I got a
Don't say fit.
little wing dinger suit, and I have one suit, and that's what I'll be wearing.
The dark one? For
Navy.
Weddings, funerals.
Navy, I think you can go funeral or wedding, right?
Yeah, sure.
It's the safest bet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Black would be preferred for a funeral, but Navy works.
Ankles out?
Don't do that.
Not
Don't do
aggressively.
Is that the low-cut sock that people do now?
Yeah,
So
low-cut
bad.
socks. Not kind of high-rise. Not high-rise. What's the word I'm looking for down on the...
High
I like
water?
the ankles out. Yeah,
High water pants.
That's a new thing. And the hockey guys that walk in before the games,
Such a bad look.
the coat is now way up high above your rear end. You're in their high waters, and you see the ankles because everybody's got the low-cut sock.
Yeah, if
It's
you
a whole
have good
thing.
ankles and good calves, you're missing the boat if they're not out.
How many people don't have
Good
decent
ankles.
ankles?
Are you
look
kidding
like
me?
You look like Pee Wee Herman.
I
when
was
you
at the
dress
zoo
like
the other
that.
day, and it was exclusively bad ankles.
Yeah, I bet.
You were looking at people's ankles?
They're hard to miss.
You're shaming ankles.
It's such a bad look. This will pass in 4 or 5 years, and we'll go, what were we thinking?
You're out of your element, Vaughn.
I can appreciate that in the 70s. I look back to what I was wearing, and I go, what in the world was I thinking?
That leisure suit?
Yeah.
What do you want? Do you want it to look like the 2003 NBA draft and the suits they were wearing?
There's a happy medium between.
Yeah, there's a classic look that works for everybody, and then there's people trying a little too hard to look cutting edge cool, and it's not working.
A real man goes sockless. That's from Doug's prison wallet.
Why?
It's an outdoor wedding. I would get some funky feet if I did that.
I think it's just an attempt to look too cool for school.
I think
That's
it's just
what
a
it is.
style. I think it's
And the
just
hockey
a
guys
trend that I'm agreeing with you will fade.
If you're a professional athlete, you can get away with just about anything and look cool.
Yeah.
If you're a normal person walking the street, you just look like a fool.
Who's the NBA guy walking in with some like giant ugly pink sweater earlier in the
That was
year?
Kyle Kuzma, Milwaukee's own.
Let's talk about it. Okay. All right. It is the Morning After, brought to you by Brown and Crouppen. A rainy, dreary weekend. Good time to think about getting away somewhere warm, somewhere fun, like going to Florida. You can do that at Mid-America St. Louis Airport. 7 Florida destinations. The Allegiant Airline tickets are low price, so you're saving money on the flight, and you get the convenience of this great airport in Muscuda, Illinois. You can go to Vegas, Hilton Head. They now fly to Gulf Shores. They fly down to Destin. Instead of driving there 12, 13 hours, get there in about an hour plus. And when you're at Mid-America St. Louis Airport, parking is convenient, less than $10 a day. And when you get inside at the gate, how long did it take you from your car to the gate? About 15 minutes. That's the average time from parking to getting to your gate, ready for your destination. That's just unheard of these days. When you're talking about airline travel, learn more at flyMidAmerica.com. That's where all the great flights are. Pick your destination. Again, 7 Florida spots, Gulf Shores, Vegas, Hilton Head. They started flying to Knoxville, Tennessee last year. All these great locations, low-priced tickets plus convenience. It's Mid-America St. Louis Airport at FlyMidAmerica.com.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Cardinals lose last night at the hands of the Brewers. That's now 5 losses in a row for the Redbirds. They will try stopping the bleeding again today as they take on the Brewers once again in Milwaukee. That's going to be a 7:10 first pitch with Eric Fedde on the mound for the Cardinals, Freddie Peralta on the mound for the Brewers. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Benny in the crease, he's locked, he's tight. Here in St. Louis, we bring the fight. Bring the fight. Go Blues, hit the groove. Joker's got the vibe, let's bust a move. Thomas on the ice, we'll take the prize. Beat the Jets to the cup. We rise. From the Enterprise to the roaring crowd. Blue Note Nation singing loud. Bennington saves, Thomas sets the pace. Chasing the dream, it's ours to embrace. Feel the rhythm, hear the cheer. Stanley's calling, the cup is near. Fast on the puck, we're setting trends. St. Louis pride, it never ends. Go Blues, hit the groove. Come on. Jobu's got the vibe.
Oh, Jobu.
And to do this, you just type a couple of sentences into AI and it spits this out?
There's some refining that goes along with it.
What sort of refining?
Well, I don't think it just comes out of the box like this.
Heart so true.
Well, what do you have to do?
You're saying it took a little extra effort. Doug's minimizing the effort that went into this.
Yeah, I think there's a little more to it. I've never done anything like this, so I don't know.
TMA is like the opening scene of Reservoir Dogs when they're gathered around the table at the diner talking about random stuff. Same chaos, less cussing.
That's like the highest compliment you can give, so I appreciate that.
What is this mess of a radio show? Ask Panger about Jeremy Roenick telling him that he invented the 6-hole, unlike the bar over his head. I guess being a bad goalie, he would have been teammates with Roenick.
No, the 6-hole means he was so short they could shoot over his head and still get it in the goal.
Over, okay.
Yeah.
Instead of going 5-hole. Okay. TMA's like Fight Club, we don't talk about it, especially if we live outside of St. Louis. I think that's fair.
Mm-hmm.
TMA's like Sports Center 1995. Funny and full of loud noises.
Nice.
Full of loud noises. It's like sitting at the 8th grade lunch table.
Nice.
I think that's fair.
My praise.
Yeah.
That's fair. 3 guys and 2 twinks. 3 hot guys and 2 twinks. Sorry. And then Ray King keeps sending in the Mark McGuire picture. Thanks, Ray.
Stop it, King.
That Ray, he's a little spicy, Doug.
He always
on the
is.
Text line. It's a perverted semi-sports show with ADD and ADHD fueled by a bunch of fats, Hoosiers, and fake millionaires. The host, Tim, though, is a god.
No.
There you go.
So far, I've heard just nothing but these are all compliments.
Caller Ellen, 4 cute guys. There you go.
Well, yeah, that's hard to argue with.
Yeah.
Okay. Slumber party?
But who's not the cute one if there's 5 of us?
Well,
there's in today's
I'm
show.
going to assume she means 4
Okay.
today. 5 on a full.
The Festus Fluffer said, Martin, I'm in the air. Can I stop by? No. Can I stop by and meet y'all?
Somebody in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat said, KG, can we get a Dear Deidre? And I think before they hit send, I had no.
No.
Yeah, that's
Don't need that anymore.
Who do you guys think is the biggest Hoosier on the show? I'm going to go with Martin since he walks around his yard without a shirt on. That was a moment in time. I just happened to get nicked by the gentleman from St. Louis Composting delivering some mulch.
Yeah. I'll wear that crown.
I didn't want to have to say
no,
it.
We were all thinking it.
It's not fair. Because
Born and raised in Jeffco.
Deep Jeffco?
No, not the taint. More of like the areola.
It's anatomically correct.
And then a decade in South City, I will wear the Hoosier of the Show hat proudly.
Okay.
Eric in Central West End said he used to live a couple doors down from Colton Parayko. Said he looked delish at the pool from Parrot in the Central West End. We'll have Colton Parayko at 9 o'clock. Joey Vitale at 8:15. Drops of the week coming up, too. I can't wait for that.
What's the height on Parayko? 6'5"? 6'5"?
6'5", without the skates.
Right.
Like Fletch.
Without the afro. Yeah, okay.
Gerbil says, I posted earlier in the show, love you fellas. Well, thanks, Gerbil.
Thanks, Gerbil.
Although he's changed his name?
Yeah, I think he said in his call yesterday that he missed the boat in terms of name changes. But July 1st, I'll be right
Back
here.
in business.
Yeah.
ESPN is Parayko at 6'6".
Okay. Well, we'll ask him. Hey, real quick, how tall are you? Because there aren't media guides anywhere where we can look that up. Text in at 399-9646. That's brought to you by Air Comfort Service. Phone lines are wide open, except for when Joey's on for half hour. 974-0101, Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. The chairman, Kurt, is monitoring that. We've got drops of the week still to come. Cards, Brewers. Oh, here's a stat, Doug. Nolan Arenado's a home run away from his 350th career homer.
Okay.
In the history of baseball, only 6 players have at least 350 home runs and double-digit Gold Glove totals. So great fielders, double-digit, so 10 or more Gold Gloves. 10 or more Gold Gloves.
Okay.
350 or more home runs. Can you name the 6? I think you can get
Brooks
most
Robinson be one of them?
He is not on that list.
Huh.
According to the Cardinal game notes, because now that you said that, I'm wondering how could he
probably
must have been just under on the home runs.
Yeah, he wasn't a huge home run hitter. Willie Mays.
You have one. Yeah, so hold on. Brooks Robinson, let's see, 288 on the.
Got close.
How many Gold Gloves?
So they have to have 10 or more and then 350 or more home runs. It is a pretty select list. Willie Mays. I'm sorry, no.
Griffey?
I was going to say Griffey, but I don't know if he got it.
Griffey, yes.
Okay.
Willie Mays, Ken Griffey Jr., another great center fielder who's not in the Hall of Fame, but I don't know why.
Jimmy Edmonds?
No, but often a comp.
Didn't Edmonds have almost 400 home runs?
Yeah.
And he won multiple
I don't think he had 10. He didn't
I don't
have
think
10,
he had 10. Center field's hard to win 10
He's got
Gold
about
Gloves.
8. Well, this guy in Atlanta did have
Andrew
more.
Jones.
Andrew Jones.
Oh, great call, Chairman.
I call him Andrew.
Yeah.
Now go back just a little earlier than that. Probably, this is when I really loved baseball. The 70s-ish.
70s-ish.
A catcher.
Carlton Fisk.
Also a great host of a kid's show.
Johnny Bench.
Johnny Bench.
Sure.
Thank
The
you,
baseball
guys.
bunch?
Should have got that one. Yeah.
Kool-Aid Man was in the baseball bunch.
Okay.
That's 4 of them. Give us positions.
Third base.
Third, but Mike Schmidt.
Mike Schmidt.
Yeah.
Michael Jack Schmidt. So you guys have 5 of the 6. Arenado's about to join this select group. That is a really good group. Mike Schmidt, Johnny Bench, Willie Mays, Ken Griffey Jr., Andrew Jones, and is a little older, Detroit Tiger.
They didn't have one. Ty Cobb was playing. Al Kaline.
Al Kaline is correct.
Good
Just
on you,
like
Doug.
that.
All right.
Good on you.
6. Pretty select group there for the Cardinal third baseman, who's looking for his 350th home run. Cardinals looking for a win. They've lost 5 in a row, shut out by the Brewers last night. It was a rough ride for the Cards. We did have the debut, Andre Granillo, who we had not heard much about. Maybe he's a keeper as part of the roster reset. Maybe we'll get a lineup shuffle tonight. Drops of the week coming your way. Do we have anything? Tim's voice, I guess people are always wanting to hear from Tim.
Yeah, real quick, I guess Pudge. Pudge had 13 Gold Gloves.
How many homers? Just shy?
311.
Okay.
Right there. 311.
Right there, fella. Yeah, people want to hear from Tim. I get it. Okay, here he is.
Design Air Heating and Cooling is online at designairservice.com. That's Seth Goldcamp and his team, the longest running sponsor on TMA. Doug's a client, Martin's a client, and I'm a client as well. We welcome you to become a client of Design Air Heating and Cooling. No upselling, 4th generation service that you can count on. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling. As the weather warms up in the St. Louis area and you run into any HVAC issues, work with Design Air Heating and Cooling. 4th generation St. Louis business. Seth Goldcamp and his family have served over tens of thousands since 1904, and it's the longest running TMA supporter on the program. The best known honesty and going above and beyond. That's Design Air Heating and Cooling. They'll never upsell. They'll always give you exactly what you need. That's how they train their employees. Find them online at designairservice.com. Their website is easy to navigate with convenience of online scheduling. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling online at designairservice.com.
Jimmy Ballgame, career home runs, 393. Maybe he can come back just to get those next 7. Get yourself
He was a
right
Hall
there.
of Famer in my book.
393 home runs, 8 Gold Gloves.
Yeah.
One tremendous bomb dropped on the Cardinal franchise. That was in January, I believe, on this show. But 393 home runs, 8 Gold Gloves. I think he and Andrew Jones, I think, in that similar where they're really good at hitting and really good at fielding, that combo.
I've never seen anybody play center field better than Edmonds.
And yet he still told Doug to suck it. That's weird.
Yeah.
Even though you're a fan of his.
Still gets hot from time to time.
Gosh. We'll talk a little golf later in the show, but next, Joey Vitale checks in. It's his Friday visit. We'll remind him that the Stanley Cup Finals are still going on. With that series now tied at 2, shifts to Edmonton. What a comeback win for the Oilers on Thursday night. So you've got NBA tonight, Game 4, NHL, Game 5 tomorrow night. I think all of those games are right here, aren't they?
Yes.
On the big 101.
Yeah. Yep. You can hear it right here on 101 ESPN. There's a pretty good chance that I think that we're going to see 2 Game 7s. I think we're going to see a Game 7 each. It's going to be a nice little weekend.
You got OKC guarantee win tonight. You feel like it's a lock? Close to it?
I feel pretty strongly about it.
Okay.
But we'll see.
Okay. The 8 o'clock hour brought to you by Fisher Door and Window. We're officially in the 8 o'clock hour. We always announce that when it's like 8:15 that we're in the 8 o'clock hour. And we are presented by Brown and Crouppen. It is the morning after. Sid Crosby homage.
Mm-hmm.
No theme today that I've deciphered, right? Just kind of a random rainy Friday, roll with it.
Yeah, roll with it or run from it.
Roll with it or run from it. And when I hear Joey Vitale's on the phone, I run to the phone line. I run to embrace the call. It's been too long. It's been a week, in fact. Joey Vitale, the great blues broadcaster, former NHLer. He's got concrete in his DNA. He is with us on the Callier and Thompson phone line. Joey, what's up, buddy?
Marty, how you doing, man? Doing well.
I am doing well. Rainy day for the chickens in Kirkwood, but you'll persevere.
We'll persevere. I reinstalled the roof on the run last week because we recognize that, I guess, chickens don't like rain. So I had to makeshift a little plastic roof, so with a little overhang. So now I got that all kind of situated and sorted out. So they're out on the run. They're having a ball.
All right, well, good.
Wonderful.
Get that taken care of. Check that off the
Really
list
nice.
of Joey topics. Stanley Cup Finals. We're going to a Game 5 with the series tied at 2. That Leon Draisaitl now with 4 overtime winners this postseason. Does he get enough credit? I know McDavid's always being talked about, and that's a 1-2 punch. That Draisaitl, I'll tell you what, he's pretty clutch.
He's been fun to watch. There's no question about it. You know, I think that with those two coming at the rate they are going, this Edmonton team is a scary team to deal with. When they can neutralize those two players, when Florida can neutralize those two players, it's a different beast they got to deal with. I mean, you know this because when the Blues play them, it's the same way. You know, you circle 97, you circle Draisaitl. You know that these are the two guys that you got to look out for. But Leon, you know, he's kind of coming into his own. He's evolving the game in a lot of ways, and this is what the best do. You know, you look at Wayne Gretzky, the way he used the back of the net to kind of separate himself from the big defenders. You know, he was kind of a trailblazer about this new trend to the league. You look at the way Sidney Crosby focuses so solely on his backhand. Former teammate, heard of him.
Oh, gosh.
He focuses so much on his backhand, you know, so that kind of was a trend. You know, for Leon Draisaitl, he kind of has a way of just kind of hanging out in the weeds on his forehand side, right around that low dot area on his one-timer spot. You know, it's kind of an area where it used to be thought of as not a very dangerous, high-scoring chance area, but he loves it. It's like his shop. You know, you look at a hockey net, and they make like a home plate, like right out front of the crease, right out to the dot, and then across, and they call that the high danger area. So anything in front of the net's the high danger area. Well, Leon Draisaitl, he gets away from that danger area because he knows that's where the coverage is. So he kind of hangs out around that left low dot on his one-timer spot, and again, he scores so many goals right there. So again, he's one of those new trailblazers to the game. He's been incredible to watch. And once again, he gets it done in overtime last night. I'll be honest with you guys. I went to bed when it was 3-0. I called it early. I couldn't believe when I woke up this morning, watched the highlights, watched the recap, listened to what some of the players are talking about. But what a huge comeback for the Edmonton Oilers. And clearly, if they end up winning the Cup this year, it's going to be that game to me that was going to be a turning point. And so we'll see what the Florida Panthers are made of as they now head to Edmonton.
How does that happen when a team's dominating? Florida's at home. It's 3-0. Is it just inherent that they let off the gas, or do you think it's strategic in some way? The other side makes adjustments?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of both. You know, I read an article that Corey Perry had obviously a pretty invigorating speech between the first and the second to kind of get his team going. Sometimes you need a veteran just to step up and step really outside their comfort zone, maybe even call people out to some degree. I think that was a spark. Clearly, you look at a goaltender switch, can be a spark. I really applaud the Edmonton Oilers for the goaltender switch that it was. And it kind of ties into some of the goaltending switches we've seen, which has been a pretty heavy discussion this postseason, Martin, where, you know, you look at, you pull your goaltender in these big games, and what's the advantage, disadvantage to all of that? You know, last night it proved to work. You know, I mean, Picard comes in, he stands on his head. You excuse Skinner. He obviously, I think that maybe one of those goals he liked to trap the rebound on the Tkachuk goal, but aside from that, you know, maybe not. But the coaches look at switching goalies as maybe a spark for their team. Last night, you put Picard in, you have Corey Perry talking to the team between the periods, and all of a sudden the message comes across that, hey, we're not even playing close to our caliber of hockey, and then they start to go. You know, you look at this, and let's just compare this to what the Dallas Stars did with Pete DeBoer pulling Ottinger. Now, Pete DeBoer, you know, loses his job I don't think it was solely because of the Ottinger pull there in Game 7, but it had a lot to do with it. You know, a lot of critics and a lot of people are saying, why would you ever pull your starting goaltender? And this is on Pete DeBoer, and he deserves to lose his job. I actually think the opposite. I actually think that Pete DeBoer tried to do what the Edmonton Oilers tried to do last night. You try to spark your team. You try to turn the tide. You try to give the other team a different look. Now, the result didn't work out for the Dallas Stars, and now Pete DeBoer loses his job. Well, it works for the Edmonton Oilers, but that's just based off of the result. Right, the result is the result, but it really shouldn't have any indication on the decision that's made at the time because you don't know what the result's going to be. So, again, I go back to the Pete DeBoer decision. I actually seen Jake Ottinger in playoffs. I think he's an incredible goalie. I think he is kind of sunk on some of these big-time games, and he has kind of looked small in the net on some of these big-time games. You know, so you have Ottinger getting pulled. It didn't work out. You have the Skinner getting pulled last night. It worked out. I go back to the Blues season, and I say this on the air. In Game 7, when we were in Winnipeg, I think it was Matthew Joseph scored the second goal to make it 2-0 in the first. Shot through a defender. I think it could have been a save. I told Curbs then, I said, you know, Curbs, it would not shock me one bit. Hellebuck's been pulled 3 times in this series. He just let up a second goal. The Jets are down 2-0. It would not shock me one bit if they end up pulling the goalie here, or excuse me, changing the goalie and putting in the backup. And you know what? They ended up not doing that, and they kept Hellebuck in, who now, of course, is officially the Vezina winner. They kept their star in, and the Jets still rallied. So, again, there's so many different scenarios of when do you pull a goalie, how do you pull a goalie. A lot of it is based off of results because it's a result-based business. But you see how it works out for some teams, and it certainly worked out for Edmonton last night.
It has to be one of the toughest decisions a coach could make. Like in Edmonton's case, Skinner is the guy who got him halfway through the Stanley Cup, and now you yank him, and you have to wonder who will be in the nets in Game 5. Who do you think they'll go with?
I think you got to go back with Picard. I mean, not only did it turn the energy there, Doug, but also I think that he made some key saves. Like big-time saves. It was 3-0. I forget who had a breakaway, but he made a breakaway save. Maybe it was Verhaeghe. He made a save, would have made it 4-0. To me, maybe the game's over, the series is over at that point. He makes a big-time save, and don't forget about overtime. I mean, Sam Bennett, he could have sent Florida to Edmonton with putting the Oilers on a brink, being up 3-1. In overtime, one-timer shot, incredible shot. Picard slides over, gets his glove on him, he goes off the crossbar. Those are big-time saves. So I actually thought he looked really good coming in. And I think the Edmonton Oilers are going to have to go back with him. I think it'd be crazy not to go back with Picard because, you know, maybe there's something in Picard's style that just doesn't suit Florida. I mean, when you look at scouting reports, you look at playoff hockey, you look at the prep these players go through, there is a scouting report on these goalies, and they know their weaknesses. You know, the Blues had Connor Hellebuck. They had him so broken down to start that series. It's really no surprise. It shouldn't be a surprise why he got pulled 3 times because the Blues were incredibly dialed in. Now, the Panthers are going to be dialed in with Skinner. When the series started, they were expecting Skinner. So they know that the glove can be a little bit low to go high. You know, they know that he likes to shell up into the crease when there's traffic. So let's get traffic to the net. So now you're bringing a different guy with a different style. Maybe he's got a better glove than Skinner. Maybe he holds his blocker differently. Maybe he's a little bit quicker left to right. Well, then that's going to kind of maybe start to second-guess the Florida Panthers, where now they're starting to think and maybe overthink and kind of get in their head a little bit. So that's where I think that, you know, the goaltender switch is a very deep decision. It's a tough decision, and you're absolutely right. Skinner was the horse that got him there, but right now the Edmonton Oilers and the Florida Panthers, no one cares about who got you there, how they got you there. They care about one thing, and that's winning 2 games. What players can I put on the ice that's going to get me 2 more victories to ultimately hoist the toughest trophy in all sports?
And by the way, Hellebuck did get the Vezina top goalie as expected and the Hart Trophy MVP of the NHL. I think it's the 5th time a goalie has done that, winning the Vezina and the Hart in the same season. Anybody 10 years ago, the last time it happened? Montreal.
Carey Price.
Oh. But in the history of the league, only the 5th goalie. Now, Hasek did it a couple of times, but the 5th time.
Plante had to have done it once or twice.
Jacques Plante. Look at you. Hockey. It's almost as if you played the game. Jose Theodore in 2002, Josie. But, yeah, it's a small Carey Price, Josie Theodore, Dominic Hasek, Jacques Plante, the only other one. So he finds this out. He was, I guess, at his lake house in Michigan. He said he came back off the boat, and there were people standing in his yard with his trophies. My question is, why are they doing that in the middle of the Stanley Cup Finals? Shouldn't we do the awards at another time when it gets a little more attention? It's not your fault, but I think it's a bit odd.
Well, I actually like it. I think when the cup is handed off and the season's officially over, I think people kind of move on from hockey. They kind of forget about it, right? They're like, let's just move on. Let's talk baseball. Let's get ready for next season. So I actually like the fact that it's kind of hyped up right in the middle of when it's the hottest point. But yeah, huge congratulations to Connor Hellebuyck for what he did. And it's amazing though too, where you can have such a good regular season, but there's just a different breed that is required out of certain players when it comes to this time of the year. You know, I think it was Sam Bennett talking the other day about Brad Marchand, talking about Sam Bennett. Like those players, Sergei Bobrovsky, they're built for this time of the year. And I think the question mark for Connor Hellebuyck, yeah, he's got a lot of trophies, but is he a player that they can lean on, depend on, and is he really built for this time of the year? You know, it takes a certain player, it takes a certain person, quite frankly, someone who is just completely selfless, completely team first, treats their body in a different way where they can sustain not only a regular season but a whole nother postseason. It takes a team identity. It takes a team sacrifice. It takes leadership. You know, it was Zito talking about the Florida Panthers way the other day at a press conference, and he said it all starts with Sasha Barkov. The way he just selflessly leads, the way he just is the first one on the ice, just a wonderful, quiet leader by example. You know, it's those types of players that are built for this time of the year. It's the Brad Marchand, that little rat, just continues to skate around and poke and just take it to the edge, but never crosses the edge. And he scores big goals, just knows how to get under the skin. And for goaltenders, it's really no different. And here in St. Louis, you know, to me, I still think we have that fabric. We have that guy in Jordan Binnington that is built for this time of the year. It's a shame that the playoffs are when you lose 4 games, you're done. Because if the postseason was structured in a way where they had more chances or more games, or it was longer, more opportunity, I think the Blues would be a much better spot. Because for Jordan, you know, he's got that mentality. He's got that nothing can shake you, nothing can make me come off the rails type of attitude, which is really made for this time of the year. So you look forward with the St. Louis Blues. You look forward with this team. Can they continue to maybe add another piece? Can the youth get a little bit more mature? Can everyone grow a little bit more? Because I think this is going to be a team that is destined to start playing some massive playoff hockey for multiple years to come. And you just really hope that for Jordan, it's when he's still in his prime, because I think realistically he's got 2 really good years left, and I think potentially 3 with how good he takes care of his body.
The text line is very concerned. Did Joey take his Adderall today? Is Joey off his meds? And I would say maybe he's on his meds. Why so serious today? People are less hockey, more chickens. Joey, I have a feeling. Are you a little bit under the weather? That's my read.
I am feeling amazing. You know, you kind of set the tone, Martin. You know, and so when Tim's on, Tim kind of asked me about Kirkwood. He asked me about St. Peter Fest. How's the chicken?
I started with chickens. I started rewind the tape, jackass. I started with chickens.
Yeah, but then you just pivoted quickly to the Stanley Cup Finals, which again I'm happy to talk about too. We could talk about Marilyn Monroe. We could talk about chickens.
Marilyn Monroe.
Who killed Kennedy. I mean, we can talk about anything. I have something. You set the tone. You've got to be the one to set the tone here.
God, I asked about the chickens early on, and then I thought, I don't know. It was kind of an interesting Stanley Cup final. I got a hockey guy. I guess I feel like I should probably ask him about that. Okay, Marilyn Monroe. What are your thoughts?
Va-va-va-voom. The va-va-va-voom. Yeah, we learned that from Doug the other day. No, listen. Without Tim, I question: is there a captain on that ship?
Wow.
Are we okay?
Are we all a bunch of A's? Is that what you're saying?
You're kind of a bunch of junior varsities. If you're it's like a bunch of CBC cadets. We really need some more SLU high guys.
Wow, he's lemonading on Tim, who's not here.
I'm a public school guy. I've got no hope.
You got no hope. Yeah. No hope for Vaughn.
Makes sense. What's Jackson? Well, Jackson's a Ladue guy, if I remember right.
Yeah, he's a public.
Yeah. Public school.
He's a public, but kind of one of those elite publics.
It's Ladue. It's not really a public school. It's like a prep school.
It shows what you know.
Yeah. But anyway, no, I didn't take any medicine. I'm not on medicine. I'd tell you if I was. But no, I just wanted to talk a little hockey today. But if the people want more chickens, I mean, we always have next week, guys.
What do you have cooking this week or weekend with the It's Father's Day, and you've got like 28 kids. So this is a big weekend.
Big weekend. Well, my brother-in-law is getting married first, so I'm excited about that. You know, weddings are fun, man. Weddings, I like. People like weddings for like the reception and the drinking and the dancing. I think it's awesome, the ceremony. Like, you got two humans at the altar. This is crazy.
You got your fit picked out?
Humans are complicated. We all know that, right, Doug? You with me?
Yeah, but you said your brother-in-law is getting married. Wouldn't that be your sister that he's married?
No, my brother-in-law.
Wife's brother.
My sister's brother is getting married. My brother-in-law is getting married. No, my brother-in-law is not getting married to my sister. That'd be a little strange.
Well, yeah, I thought. Well,
can we work?
My sister's
I thought you said
married.
my sister's brother.
Yeah, I mean, we're not in down south Arkansas, dude.
Oh, okay, good.
Natural state.
Joey, what are you wearing to this wedding?
Great question. I have a sport coat. I'm wearing my Masters green jacket. I'm wearing a Masters green jacket with black pants. I got my loafers with no socks.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's a hockey thing, Doug.
Yeah.
But your pants aren't up to your shins, are they?
They're not to my shins, but they are my ankle. You do see about 3 inches of skin.
And you probably have great
okay?
ankles and great calves.
Yeah, no, it's not up to the calves, but there is a little skin with my loafers. It's kind of the look. It's kind of the style right now.
A Foot Fetish Friday.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Are you going tie or no tie?
I'm going tie. Yeah, I'm going to class this thing up. I'm doing the first reading. I'm doing the first reading at the altar, so I gotta look the part.
Huh? Have you practiced, or you just wing it when you get up there?
I haven't practiced. I'm gonna wing it. I think it's from the book of Job. So I do probably need to clean up my my knowledge in the book of Job.
Probably.
Wow.
I think both of my brothers are hot.
Okay, Charlie.
I bet you're a big dancing guy too, out there just like cutting a like Denny Terrio. I bet you get out there and get after it.
Yeah, listen, I can shake it. I can shake it.
Shake it.
It's just the rhythm, and it's just confidence, guys. It's just, I don't even need to drink. I feel it, feel the music. Maybe it goes back to my DJ days when I was a player. But no, I'm happy to dance. But I love just people watching. I love watching people when this whole thing is going on. What I was saying was back to the actual ceremony. We're older.
Humans.
Yeah, the matrimony.
You're like 80. Doug, you're in your 60s or whatever. You know, and Jackson's not married yet.
Yeah,
that's right.
And so it's just interesting. Like, you're a complicated human, and you want to spend the rest of your life with another complicated human. Like, that's interesting. Like,
Was that your vow when you got married? Do you, a complicated human, Joey, take this woman, a complicated human?
It should have been. I mean, you think about it, but the essence of all of it is it's really quite crazy. And, you know, and I applaud people who want to get married, and not to get too serious here, but nothing will bring you closer to heaven and closer to hell than when
my goodness,
you're married.
That sounds like a toast. More than the vows.
If you can come on the other side of it, this would be my speech tomorrow. If you can come out on the other side of it, you find this amazing level of fulfillment. But it takes work.
Yeah.
It takes work.
Huh. Marital advice, a hockey breakdown, a chicken update, a random Marilyn Monroe reference. I think we're back on track.
But with the dancing, once you get over about the age of 50, if you're out there freestyle dancing, it's really hard not to look like a total goober.
Oh, see, I think the opposite. I think it's endearing. The older you are. Like, think about it, like the grandpa that hits the dance floor. Like, he just steps on the dance floor, and everyone's like, oh, let's go. Yeah. Because he's not even supposed to be there.
Yeah.
Right? You know, that's where I think it kind of works out well, where you can kind of just, like, move to the right or left a little bit, and you're probably going to be, like, the most confident, best dancer at the wedding.
I think it's a one-time move you can make, though. I think if they stick around on the dance floor, too, there's a shelf life to that. You know, it's a great one-time, oh, man, the old man's on the floor. But if he's on there for 30 minutes cutting up a rug.
30 minutes, you got to tend to the cranky prostate at some point.
Well, I'm not in the prostate world just yet, Doug. Although I'm kind of 40.
That off.
When do we get checked for prostates? Is it 40?
You can do it whenever you want,
it depends
really.
on family history, but yeah, like 45 or so.
We don't kink shame.
I guess you could. I had a hemorrhoid when I was on the honeymoon.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, we were on a cruise, and I said to my wife, I said, hey, I think something's going on with my butt.
Mm-hmm.
And she said, what? And I was like, it's kind of embarrassing, but it's like right on my butt. And she's like, well, I was like, can you take a look at it? And she's like, I don't know what that is. We have never seen a hemorrhoid before. So I was freaked out. So I did go to a prostate doctor when I got home because hemorrhoids are painful. But they put me on all fours. Like I'm on all fours like a dog, like on the table. And my wife, who I just married like a week ago, is like behind me with the doctor. And and all of a sudden I'm on this table, and my knees, like the back part of the table, like it's like going, and it starts lifting up in the air. And anyone who's got their prostate like examined, I guess they know. I didn't know what this was. So I'm literally bending down, and my butt is like up in the air. And this doctor, he just jammed this thing right on in there.
He had no right to do that to you.
We can't get too detailed, but we can say he prefers to be treated like a dog and also a toilet.
He treated me like a dog.
Toilet.
And boy, it was painful. And he didn't even the worst part was when I was really tensed up and like sweating profusely, he started like smacking my butt. He said, okay, hold on, relax now. Relax.
He did not.
Smacked your butt?
I hope when you got done, you didn't look back and he was smoking a cigarette or something.
Tie undone.
And then he leaves the room, and 5 minutes later, the doctor walks in. Hi, I'm the doctor. Well, who was just in here? Well, I have no idea.
Gosh, darn it, my prostate.
Oh, my God. Buzzer him, Jackson.
Nonsense.
Next one, I love Joey Vitale. Nothing gets me more randy than a good hemorrhoid story. Stepdad Gary says, let me know if you want me to check for hemorrhoids. Somebody else said, am I listening to Stern? This interview's off the rails. Did Joey just have a stroke? No, I'd say we're back. Yeah. We're back on track.
Sorry, fellas. Sorry we talked a little too serious at the beginning, but I have a couple other hemorrhoid stories we should get into another time.
Maybe that's over drink someday.
You're not over it yet? Or are you going back for recreational purposes?
Yeah, no. I'm through them now. I've gotten through it.
Okay.
But that was a traumatizing. And it wasn't really. He didn't really slap my butt. It was more like a tap, Jackson. He's like tapped. He's like, okay, hold, relax a little bit, relax.
Because it'd be very if you're on all fours and someone smacks you up. Professional.
All right, fellas.
Yeah.
All right. Who do you like to win the series, pal?
I think Edmonton's got it. I think they got the best player in the world. I think that was a pivotal game last night. I think that Florida certainly's got the horses still. I think they got the mindset. I'm not worried about that. I still think it's going to go 7, but I do think the Oilers will force a game 7, whether it be starting at home tomorrow night or later in Florida. But this thing's going to get wrapped up because I think that, like I told Doug all the time, the most dangerous dog, Doug?
The hungry dog.
The hungry dog.
Right.
And the Edmonton Oilers are hungry, boys. It's going to be the Oilers in 7.
Did you catch this where Wallman scores for Edmonton with like 6 minutes left in the game, and there's fans leaving the building? They showed fans exiting the building. They'd given up on their team down by a goal with 6 minutes left.
Hey, it's Florida. There's lots to do.
Yeah.
There's lots to do in Florida. You know what I mean? There's beaches and things like that.
Joey, you probably remember the 2013 NBA Finals Game 6 when the Heat made a miraculous comeback. Ray Allen from the corner, bang. There were fans outside the stadium begging to get back in because they had left their team with like 8 minutes to go in the fourth quarter.
You pay $500 for the tickets and you can't wait to leave with your team down by a goal? Stanley Cup Finals?
You know, Jackson, I don't remember that, unfortunately. You think I would, but I despise basketball, so that's maybe one of the reasons why.
That's fair.
I did. No, I mean, it's Florida. I mean, there's just so much to do down here, and I think people just wanted to be on their. I guess they wanted to be on their way to the beach.
Well, it was 10 o'clock at night.
Yeah. Well, you can always go nights. I did that when I was with the Coyotes. Keith Yandel, we were all Shane Doan, Keith Yandel. We were all walking on the beach, and Keith Yandel randomly just goes, I'm going to jump in. And he just took off his suit. And this is at night, right after dinner. And he just jumped in. Before you know it, we had like 7 hockey guys. We were in our underwear. We were just swimming in the ocean. It was actually pretty amazing.
There's sharks out there. Sharks out there.
Yeah, there are sharks out there, too. I guess up in Cape Cod, there's like, you're not allowed to swim in the ocean anymore, all these sharks.
Really?
Listen, I've been telling my kids, my wife, she's adventurous. She'll scuba dive. She'll snorkel like a mile out. I'm like, you're crazy.
Yeah, don't do that.
I'll
Jackie, you're going to Cape Cod next week.
Yeah.
Beware.
Cape Cod next
Beware. You guys will be in your underwear swimming around.
No.
Joey, thanks so much for getting us back on track. The text line has now responded that this is the Joey we not only love, that we need on a rainy Friday. And I'm sorry that I asked you so many hockey questions, but God bless you and your family.
Yeah, don't do that again. If you do get attacked by a shark, though, the common thing people think you're supposed to do is pow, punch them in the nose. You're not supposed to punch them in the nose. There's so much cartilage. Like the whole body's cartilage, right? So there's not a bone. There's not one bone in a shark's body. It's all cartilage. So you don't punch them in the nose. You're actually supposed to get them in the eyeball, like whack, or boom. You want to get them right in the fin, or not the fin, but the gills. You know, the gills where they breathe.
Gosh,
because the gills on a shark are sensitive. Sharks cannot breathe if they're not moving. So you're thinking, okay, well, how do they sleep? They find like a little current in the ocean, and they just kind of like stand there, or not. They don't stand; they swim, and they're swimming there in the current. So the water's moving. So their gills are extremely sensitive. So I may save a life here. If you get attacked by a shark, avoid the nose and go pop in the eye or whack in the gills. That's it.
Just stick your fist right through the gill hole.
Right through the gill hole there, Doug.
Okay.
Checking for hemorrhoids on the shark. That's what somebody pointed out on the text line. Joey, great to have you on. Good luck at the wedding and the dancing, and no future hemorrhoids. We wish you all the best.
Sounds good, boys. Have a great weekend.
All right, then.
Oh, there is Joey Vitale checking in on the show, talking all things Vitale. I don't know. I mean, I don't know what happened.
But to get
Marilyn
to the gill,
Monroe just ran like a Tourette's.
Yeah, he flipped a switch.
to get to the gill, you'd have to go around the mouth that's opening
Doug's
up to
workshop
bite you, right?
You'd kind of go under to the left.
You'd have to sidestep him,
Little
weave
head
a little,
fake.
and then throw the fist into the gill proper.
I think with the shark conversation, there's also we're leaving out the fact that you would just panic.
Yeah.
So we're actually thinking that you would react in a calm fashion.
Yeah.
I'm going to rule that out.
Right.
Go ahead and rule
If you're at
that
the
out.
business end of a great white, you know.
The business
Start
end.
getting right with the Lord.
It's probably not going to go. Although I think they do a lot of chomping. I don't know if they do a lot of consuming you. Like I don't think you're going to end up in their stomach.
It would have to be one of the worst ways ever to die, wouldn't it?
What
to be
happened
eaten.
here?
Will be eaten, yeah, but I don't think they do a lot of eating of people.
What do you mean they don't eat people?
I think that they
What else do you
take
think
a
they
bite
wanna
out
do?
of them, but I don't think that they eat them.
Jackson's right.
Thank you.
Why
Chairman.
wouldn't they finish the meal?
I don't know.
Just snacking?
It's not what they're. I don't think they're used to 6-foot humans in this side of them.
Well, they eat
Take that as it
seals
may
and
be.
things.
Yeah.
Joey's the best. Always a treat. That's from Little Man in the Boat.
Okay.
Just tuning in. Where's Tim? Tim's on vacation. That's from the Pope, even though it says Lady Gaga's meat suit. It's both.
The same.
It's both. By the way, the Design Air email of the day comes your way at the end of the show. We've got a contest, a monthly contest, so you get your chance to be both poetic, perverted, and bizarre. It's all the email of the day. And that's brought to you by Design Air, which is the longest-running TMA sponsor of this show. DesignAirService.com is the website, and it's a company you can trust to repair that furnace, air conditioning year-round, your HVAC needs. That's the comfort we're talking about. When you're in your home, you want to be comfortable, and that starts with the temperature year-round. Design Air Service is the place to go to set up that appointment. If you're having any issues at all, you might be ready for a new HVAC unit. If so, get that bid from Design Air. If you need a repair, they've got the great team that comes out. They don't try and upsell you. They get the repair done. That is tantamount, right? Tantamount to what you need. It's just a great repair team.
Nice.
You don't need them messing around. They don't do that. Seth Goldcamp, his team. It's now 4th generation, family-owned and operated business here in town for all your heating and cooling needs year-round. It's DesignAirService.com. Colton Parayko coming up at 9 o'clock. Probably a little more hockey talk than Joey Vitale, but also some IndyCar talk. He's really big into the Indy cars. We've got a race Sunday night on Fox, primetime on Fox, the Bommarito 500. So we'll talk to Colton Parayko. Maybe drops of the week and some NFL-related news. Attempted murder charges.
Oh,
prominent. That's a real story, Doug.
Well, who was that?
Well, stay tuned.
Okay.
TMA brought to you by Brown and Crouppen. AutoLoanPro.com. That's the website. If you're looking for a new vehicle, no matter what your situation is, doesn't matter what your credit is, they're going to get you into a new vehicle with little to no money down. On top of that, they're going to make sure you get the best rate that's possible. Auto Loan Pro works with over 50 different lenders. There really is only one thing to know when financing a car. Choose the Auto Loan Pro. Great website, AutoLoanPro.com. Get online while you're there. Check out the free playbook. You can get it right there on the website. Download it. It's going to educate you on how to get the car this time around and even a different car in the future. In other words, understanding how the credit industry works. That's what Auto Loan Pro is all about. They're part of the Lita family. So if you're in the market for a vehicle, get online, check it out, find out what your options are. Little to no money down, regardless of what your credit history is, doesn't matter. The folks at Auto Loan Pro are going to help you out. AutoLoanPro.com, the website to go to. Welcome in on the Friday edition here, the morning after. Tim is out today. We persevere. Tim just got a vacation day, back with us on Monday. Jackson's here, Doug's here, Chairman Kurt, Martin Kilcoyne with you. On the morning after, brought to you by Brown and Crouppen, 8 o'clock hour, brought to you by Fisher Door and Window. Active day on the text line, as always. A lot of Joey concerns, confusion that comes out of the weekly visits with Joey Vitale, the Blues. analyst. We'll talk hockey with Colton Parayko. Doug, you know what we do on Fridays?
What do we do?
Drops of the week. And that way you sort of get a little Rolodex in your head of what did and didn't happen on this show. Jackie, how would you rate it going into it? How do you feel about the drops of the week?
6.5 out of 10. Yeah. I feel pretty good about that. But I'm a harsh judge of myself.
Good. I always like to do a little audio edit here. Okay, go ahead.
All right.
Morning after.
Drops of the week.
Yeah, you gotta drop it like a hot dog.
It's a wonderful drop.
Indeed it is.
Put that off. Put that off. Put that off. Put that off.
Flip that off.
How you doing, Mike? I got a quick question about the Knicks. I was wondering, what do you think about Vince Lombardi as the head coach? I really think he could make a big difference for them. What do you think?
I mean, I have so much to learn from Tim on how to be a dad.
Who took wet pink?
Call Sharon. Call the bitch.
Yes, I hang out with men.
Actually, I'm a fireman.
You're a fireman?
Yeah.
You're a fireman?
Yeah.
Greg, I feel like you might be serious.
Yeah, my name is Keith.
You hadn't played the Brewers. You still haven't played the Cubs, and we're getting, into mid-June here.
We did play the Brewers at home earlier this year. I do know that. But
other than that,
who took wet pink?
You told yourself over the weekend you were going to be better. You said, today's the day. Like, this is it. This is where I turn the corner. And then you had a breakfast hot dog. You're done.
Yeah, then you got the rest of the night to go out and do cider and horse.
Oh, you're unemployed?
Yeah, I lost my job the other day.
I hate to tell you. I'm not surprised.
That was Drops of the Week. Drop, down, drop. Get it.
I'm going to go 7.5.
Well, thank you.
7.5.
They never did find who took wet pink.
No, still a mystery to this day.
But people were advised to go out and do some cider and horse. Miles Michaelis, who pitches for the Cardinals, had to correct me when I said, you haven't played the Brewers yet. And he said, well, actually, we did. Other than that, yeah.
That one cracked me up. I also I didn't include in Drops of the Week, but we obviously were talking with Miles about the Pfister Hotel and some paranormal activity. And Martin goes, all right, enough footsie. Let's talk about the homestand.
Let's get to it. It was a rough ride. Oh, I enjoyed that. Despite me on the receiving end of...
Well, some people enjoy paying their taxes, and some people enjoy not paying their taxes. If you enjoy not paying your taxes, the IRS will enjoy throwing you in jail. That's where Mark Milton comes in. He'd like to take care of you. If you have years of unfiled tax returns or tax liens, bank levies, wage garnishments keeping you up at night, or worse, you could be facing IRS criminal investigation. You need someone to defend you against the godforsaken tax man, and that guy is Mark Milton. He is the STL tax lawyer. That's his website, STLtaxlawyer.com. Mark Milton and STLtaxlawyer.com provide a local and holistic approach to tax resolution. Mark started his legal career with the Department of Justice Tax Division in Washington, where he represented the IRS in tax cases throughout the country and even received the DOJ's Outstanding Trial Attorney Award. He is simply one of the best in the country, and he now helps individuals and small businesses right here in St. Louis solve their tax problems. So if you have any kind of IRS issues, contact Mark Milton at STLtaxlawyer.com today, and you'll be saying, no, I'm not guilty. I'm with Milty. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
Jobu's Jockstrap, 8.5 out of 10.
Well, thank
According
you.
to Jobu's Jockstrap, and then Jockstrap, the 830 Recreator said you gave yourself a D+ grade, then you said you feel good about it. Jesus, is that what they teach at Horton Watkins? Because you said 6.5, which is be like a...
Yeah.
Is that a failing grade or close to it? And then you said, but I feel good about it.
Well, I don't think, but it can't be judged the same way as like a test. I think it's different.
Do they have classes at Ladue on how to spot a good drop?
No, you had to learn that instinctually.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I did. I took a broadcast journalism class, maybe even 2.
Jackie Papers, you did great.
Thanks, dog.
Joey Vitale's Orange Scully, solid 8.2.
It's cool.
On a scale of 10. Probably. All right, let's stay on track. Let's stay on time. Colton Parayko, Blues defenseman, coming up next here. It's The Morning After, presented by Brown and Crouppen.
This is Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Game 4 of the Stanley Cup Final last night ended in overtime with the Oilers defeating the Panthers 5-4 in Sunrise, Florida. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
From the gateway arch to the rink so bright, the team shining under the lights. Stick in hand, goals in sight. Protect the net, hold it tight. Ooh yeah, smash that ice. We won't fold, cup in our sights. Hearts of gold, Joe Boo's energy, big and bold. St. Louis Blues, the story's told. We fight.
Someone kicking the dais?
I was going to say.
I think there might be some guests in the KC studio.
KC's, we can hear it here. It sounded like they were redoing the roof.
I thought Doug was kicking the bottom
No,
of
I'm
the
not
dais.
kicking anything.
Rest those feet, Doug.
That's what it feels like.
I thought one of you were like,
And I think we all looked at each other thinking, who would do that? Take your medicine, son. Apparently next door they're playing the drums?
I think there is a
retiling the floor,
I do see
perhaps?
some instrument cases outside of KC.
Maybe we need an in-studio band to bring us in.
Martin had one.
Yeah, we have
Jig Jam, the great Jig
They're
Jam.
great. I'll play one of their songs coming back. That was one of the songs they did in studio.
It's kind of a rhythmic noise.
Yeah.
Does that sound go through? I wonder if people can hear that.
I'd be surprised if people.
Why? Every little move, we'd, who's clicking the button? Who just opened an email?
Yeah, you would always get hit for the breathing.
Coach Kornfeld, friend of the show. I'm taking credit for Joey Vitale being a great hockey player. He played floor hockey in my basement growing up with my son, John. So Coach Kornfeld is the reason that Joey Vitale made it to the NHL. That's the way I read that text.
Well, he's got to do something to redeem himself after cutting Tim from a no-cut football team.
I tell you what, they are getting after it next door.
Yeah, it's really pronounced in here.
I kind of like it. Fun on a Friday, baby. Fun on a Friday.
Joe Boo's Jockstrap. Finally, a text has been read. There are a lot of people who feel hurt or censored.
Wounded.
Yeah, it just, there's so many damn texts. It's impossible to read them all. Never play this again. I guess that was about Jackson's return music.
Oh, okay.
Colton Parayko. You guys, okay. He's going to be calling shortly. Call us.
I like cookies.
Oh, I like cookies.
Suck it, Doug.
Hey, stop it, ball game.
Ball game. When I asked him to come on the show opening day, Martin, I'm done with media. Remember that? I believe his last media appearance was on this show.
Could have been. Kind of burned down the Cardinal organization.
Friend of the show. Cards Brewers tonight. Cards trying to snap a 5-game losing streak. Took it on the chin last night with the debut of the young man, Jacob Mizorowski. We'll talk more baseball a little bit. Right now, some hockey talk and maybe a little racing talk. Colton Parayko from your St. Louis Blues on the line with us. Colton, welcome to the show. How are you doing?
Good, thanks. How are you doing?
We were celebrating the anniversary yesterday of the Stanley Cup. How about as a player, when it's that day, June 12th, now 6 years later, do you take a moment? Do you have a group text going? Do you guys talk about it at all?
Yeah, for sure. A couple of us were at the rink yesterday, and trainers were there too, and well, I guess Ray was. So we kind of talked about it a little bit yesterday at the rink, and then we have a little group chat going as well. So just a fun day, obviously, for us.
We were talking about the Game 6 disappointment. The whole city's ready to celebrate, and the franchise had been snake bit at times, and just frustrating for fans never to quite win it. Yet you guys had a quiet confidence. I said I remembered being at the tarmac. You guys were flying out that Monday afternoon, and everybody just, especially with Chief, everybody's like, lost the game, no big deal, we'll win the game. What do you remember about the confidence level going to Boston?
I remember it was high, obviously. Game 6, like you mentioned, didn't go our way, and it's one of those ones you kind of put behind us. And I think our focus going forward was that we just had the one game ahead of us. One game, no matter what happened, there was no more games after that for the rest of the season. So winner takes all. So we kind of shifted our focus as quickly as possible and looked forward, and knew that we had a really good team. So went in there with confidence, and that's all we could do.
And the Chief pregame speech is now legendary. You're part of that when he says to get out there, Perry and Benner and the whole crew. Did that speech fire you up as much? It still gives Blues fans chills when they just hear Chief. We're going to bleep and do this. We're going to bleep and do this. And we're bringing the bleeping cup back to St. Louis.
Yeah, no, it was unreal. Just he always had a great way of getting the guys ready to go. Right way of saying things in the right time, and just that speech was incredible. Obviously, it gives you goosebumps whenever you hear it. Still, such a good speech and such a great time.
When a game's that big, do guys get extremely nervous still, or have you played so much that you're confident in your ability and that you'll play well?
I mean, I think obviously guys it's natural for us to get a little nervous and butterflies, but I think you're almost more excited for the opportunity, and opportunity is just a good chance to go and take it. But yeah, I mean, I think it's natural to be a little bit nervous and maybe a little butterflies or whatnot. But for us, once you get into the game, you realize it's another game, and it's obviously an important one. But kind of the habits and the natural tendencies start to take over, and you're just excited. And I think that's when it gets fun. Is the excitement takes over more than kind of the nerves.
And we mentioned the Pietrangelo goal. We were breaking it down yesterday. It was late in the first period, gave you the 2-0 lead. That almost felt like it did deflate the building a bit, just that final minute goal. Do you think that did you guys have a little more breathing room? Did you feel? I know you're still got a ways to go, but how much did that give you a lift?
I mean, that was a huge goal for sure. That was unreal goal. Great time. Last minute of a period is always a big goal, and just going into the second period. But like you said, there was so much time left in the game. I mean, it's one of those things where you can't step off the gas pedal. It's go, 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 and just complete game by our group, I thought, and that was the best part. Is great game by our group, and just stayed with it the whole game, and that was obviously a huge goal for us and a big part of why we came out on top. But the way that our team played for the full 60 was huge.
Colton Parayko of the Blues, our guest here on TMA. It's been, maybe a month and a half since the Game 7 loss in Winnipeg. What was your time frame for, quote, getting over it, and are you over it?
No, I mean, it was tough, obviously. Our group was, what a great finish by our group at the end of the season with the win streak, and getting into the playoffs, obviously. Was incredible, and but the way obviously it ended in Winnipeg was tough, and with going to overtime and all that. But yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's one of those things where you kind of think about it throughout the summer until the next season starts going. But we're already training for next season and getting ready for next year. So try to put that behind us and learn from it. That's the biggest thing. Is obviously sports is a funny thing, but if there's anything you can do is learn from the past and kind of make sure you don't let those things happen again. And I like our group. We have an exciting group. So much to look forward to next year. So that's the positive, is that I'm looking forward to already next year because of such a great group we have.
I think Monty even said we're going to really study that. What is it about the goalie being pulled for the opposing team, the 6-on-5? Do you have any thoughts, and is there any theme or trend? How do you get better at that?
I mean, I don't know. No initial thoughts. I think we'll probably look at it throughout the offseason here more. But that was obviously a big talking point of our game throughout last year, and we'll figure it all out and coming into next year, and it's going to be an emphasis for sure, I'm assuming, and we'll take care of it and make sure that we're strong and ready for those situations all next year and all playoffs next year.
Now, are you hanging here most of the summer? Do you get away at all?
Yeah, I'll be here for a lot of the summer in St. Louis, but I'm kind of jumping around a little bit, just going to see some family and a couple of teammate weddings and things like that. But mainly here, home base in St. Louis for the most part. A couple small trips, see the family and such like that, but mainly here in St. Louis.
All right, teammate weddings. Who's the most likely to get out there and dance or be wacky? We just had Joey Vitale on the show. He's going to a wedding. You know, he's a problem at weddings for sure. How about the teammate most likely to just go nuts?
I don't know. Well, we are, I guess, we're going to Marco Scandella. is coming up. So I would say he's one of the guys that would most likely get out there, I'm thinking.
At his own wedding. There
Exactly.
I mentioned earlier that you're big into Indy as well. We'll probably see at the track on Sunday. Where did that, I know you get over there and drive a little bit on the track with Curtis. Where did that passion and interest come from?
Probably just my childhood would be my guess. My dad always loved anything with motors and anything with speed and pretty much anything like that. So when we were growing up, my dad was a car mechanic, so he always was working on cars and was always kind of teach us different things about cars. We were building car models together and stuff like that. And kind of Sundays at home was more of a race day on TV. It's one of those days where you kind of sit down, you watch IndyCar, you watch NASCAR, and I still remember being a kid. They had the IndyCar in Edmonton. It was called Champ Car back then, but it was at the airport, and my dad would take us every year, and we just had a blast. He was just really into racing, and or he still is really into racing, and kind of just brought it to my brother and I, and we just really enjoy watching it, and anything with motors and speed, kind of we like. So lots of fun. Looking forward to hopefully getting down there and checking it out.
Colton, the great Canadian driver, Paul Tracy, probably when you were a little kid, he was pretty dominant. Good, Great Canadian driver. Yeah, I still got a die cast of Paul Tracy actually signed, so pretty funny that you bring that up. So it was pretty cool. He still drove the blue and white Players car. I still remember.
Think you could have made that as a career for yourself if hockey hadn't worked out, assuming you could get into an IndyCar at
for that
6'6". Yeah.
Seriously, I don't know if IndyCar would suit me with my height, but maybe a NASCAR or something would be pretty cool. Something like that. That'd be fun.
So when you grew up outside of Edmonton, were you an Oilers fan as a kid? Could you not help but be an Oilers fan growing up?
I think so, yeah. I mean, I didn't go to a lot of games growing up. I would maybe go to a couple a year. I guess so. That was fun. I always remember going to Rexall and watching the games there. So I guess I was, naturally a fan of my hometown.
All right, I get mocked every time Kerber's on. I say, do you think it'll be good for the league if a team from Canada wins the Cup? It's not. 93 is the last time. Do you think it matters? Do you think it matters for the league if a Canadian team breaks through and wins?
I am not exactly sure, to be honest. I think, it's been a long time for a Canadian team. It would be interesting to see a Canadian team win. It'd be cool. Obviously, a lot of passionate fans in Canada, so that would be exciting to see. I know a lot of my friends and stuff back home are all pretty excited. It's basically, one of my friends texted me yesterday saying, his life right now is built around the hockey game. So it's kind of funny how just everything is built around hockey back home. And so it would be cool to see, obviously, for a Canadian team to win it. But I guess we'll see.
Is it painful to watch the playoffs now when you know what might have been for the Blues, that things gone a little differently?
I mean, it's always hard to watch the playoffs when you're not playing. I think you're one of those things is, as a natural athlete, your natural instinct is that you want to be playing still, and that's the best part of the season, in my opinion, is the playoffs, and it's the best time of year. So it's always hard when you're watching and not playing, but that's something to look forward to next year, and a little motivation throughout the summer too, to make sure that you're playing next year during the time.
And as a guy on the team, when they made the deals with Edmonton and got Broberg and Holloway, did you take that as a sign, all right, we just went up a notch? Was that a big lift going into the season?
Yeah, those are two really good players. Obviously, we saw throughout the year how well they played and how good of players they are, actually, and two really good people, too. So we're really fortunate to have those guys wearing the blue note, and we're excited. They're really good players, and they're only growing as players and people. So excited to see what they got next year and the future years ahead. So it's going to be exciting, and looking forward to that.
Now, it's great that you're spending time in St. Louis. Blues fans love to hear that, see you around town. You're getting your skating in with Sundqvist, another kind of year-round St. Louis guy. But I looked up St. Albert, where you're from, in Alberta. Summer road trip, underrated dream destination in Alberta. I'm looking it looks like a beautiful town. You stay here. I'm going to go to St. Albert for a couple of weeks.
That's a destination road trip, St. Albert?
Yeah, it sounds cold. Well, not right now, Doug. It stopped snowing a couple weeks ago.
I don't know.
An underrated dream destination in Alberta is the site that I'm on. What are summers like in St. Albert?
Oh, they're beautiful. I think they're about 25 degrees, maybe 80 degrees Celsius, or Fahrenheit, sorry, 25 Celsius, somewhere in there, 85 maybe Fahrenheit, but no humidity, low humidity. Just the sun is out. The biggest thing is that the sun stays out for so long. I think I was FaceTiming my mom the other day, and it was 10 o'clock back home, and the sun was kind of still out. And she's like, "It's dark there." I was like, "Yeah, it got dark at like 8:30." So it's kind of cool that way, where the sun stays out for a long time, so if you stay outside or whatever, and it's pretty cool that way. But yeah, I'm actually kind of I don't know if shocked is the right word, but I'm kind of impressed that St. Albert is on the road trip map.
Yeah, I just put it in the old Google machine that popped up. Are you recognized in your hometown?
Depends a little bit, I would say. I guess, yeah, last time I went home, I was a little bit.
Hard for you to blend in.
Yeah, exactly. I still remember, actually, when I was younger, Jerome McGinley. I saw Jerome McGinley when I was back home. He's from the same hometown as I am, actually. And I still remember seeing him walking into one of the local stores, and I thought it was the coolest thing ever. So I never said anything, but I still remember it being a really cool moment.
I'm reading here where you weren't even drafted the first year you were eligible, and then a few years later you went in the Stanley Cup and representing Team Canada. Was a time when you thought that was never going to happen for you, that you were really a long shot to have such success?
Yeah, for sure. Just in general, I think kind of growing early into my game. I know probably when I was 15 to 16 years old, I was just growing, and then a bunch of my friends were kind of already hit their growth spurt, and they were playing major junior already in the WHL, and I for sure thought I was pretty much going to try to find something else, and I remember planning on trying to play for my local college, and then I grew into my body a little bit and started to find some mojo a little bit, and then I don't know, it's just funny how it all works out, and it was one of those things where I almost decided I needed to focus on a career path, and I ended up playing one more year of hockey, and I had a really good year, and one thing led to another, and it's funny how you're kind of where you are in your life, where you just are excited for the next step. At that point, I was excited to play Junior A. Like, that was my goal, and I wasn't even really thinking about making it to college or the NHL at that point. It was just like I wanted to play Junior A, and then had a good year Junior A, and then my goal was to get to college. So it's just like small steps at a time, and obviously everybody, especially from Canada, wants to play in the NHL, and that's everybody's goal. But I was trying to think realistically at one point, but so I was just trying to take the small steps, and eventually it all worked out.
And because you've won a cup, you know what it takes. Do you feel this squad, and I'm sure Doug Armstrong will do some retooling and maneuvering this summer. He always does something. But how good do you feel about this group you have? Monty was an addition, of course. Then you added Cam Fowler. That turned out to be a huge addition. How good do you feel about next season?
Oh, I'm so excited. Like I said earlier, it's something I've been looking forward to already since pretty much the summer has started for our group. And just the way that we finished the year, like I touched on, and the resilience that our group has, the guys that we have in the locker room, and just such a great group. And I'm looking forward to getting back. We have a lot of good things going, and we're only going in the right direction. We're only trending upwards, and I'm excited for our group, and can't almost wait for the season to start soon. So I'm looking forward to that. But I have all the confidence in the world in our team, and that's the best part in it all.
Well, Colton, thanks for hopping on with us. We'll see you at the racetrack this weekend, maybe around town. Maybe I'll bump into you in St. Albert, because I'm looking at the weather. This looks just like a true delight, a Canadian delight, Doug, up here in Alberta.
Must be.
How's the weather today back there?
Oh, no, I'm going to find the weather. We'll find that. I'm just going to say it's 80 and sunny, but I have no idea. I'm going to look it up here. Sure.
Yeah, it's 13 degrees Celsius, so I don't know what that is.
I got to convert it.
Fahrenheit, we're looking 55, so not the hottest morning.
That sounds chilly to me.
All right, I'll wait a month.
But we have number 55 on the program.
Oh, yeah.
Look at that.
It's always 55 in St. Albert.
Exactly. I like it.
In honor of Colton.
I like it.
All right, thanks.
Yeah, thank you, guys.
Thanks, Colton.
Colton Parayko checking in with us on the morning after. Awkward Ending brought to you by me. This show.
Thanks. I thought there was some coming after.
My throat. I'm having a little.
That should be our
battle.
new thing, though. Is like a
awkward thanks.
Really long intros, but then at the end we just go, all right, thanks,
all right, done,
and hang up on them.
Oh,
I almost gave him the rich go. We're done with him.
I don't like his Wikipedia page has his position defense DEFENCE. I don't care for that.
You'd be surprised how often I'm nervous when I put some on social media, some like Blues defenseman Colton Parayko joined the program, and I'm like, am I supposed to sell with a C?
No.
Am I supposed to sell center with an E at the end? Okay, all right, good.
I wanted you to ask him how tall he was in skates.
Huh.
In meters.
6'6" in skates to give you about another 3 inches, maybe?
You think 3?
Probably. Close to it. 2.5, 3.
Yeah, probably about that. Great Aaron. I love Parayko.
He's just a tremendously nice guy. Obviously, you can tell that.
Right.
I think sometimes it is a little harder for guys who are really tall to hit their athletic prime at a young age. I mean, some basketball players obviously do it, but a lot of guys in other positions, they don't really get the feel of their body until they're maybe early 20s as opposed to the teenage years.
Right. Well, as opposed like baseball and hockey, especially, like it's good to be big, especially hockey, tall, but there's no like true probably advantage to being really tall. Maybe pitchers, it's an advantage to be tall, but in basketball, it's a real advantage to be tall.
It's a real advantage for a defenseman.
Sure.
Because he can use a longer stick because he's taller. The rules allow him to use a longer stick, so he covers more ice.
This says Zdeno Chara was 6'9" and 7 foot on skates.
Speaking of, didn't he play with like a broken jaw in the Stanley Cup Final? God,
he played forever too.
Who got him in the? Somebody get him in the face with a shot? Was that a Parayko shot that got him?
Parayko almost killed Ben Bishop. Remember that in the playoffs?
Was that on a breakaway or a penalty shot?
It was a slap shot that hit Bishop like in the clavicle or in the throat.
I thought Wallman's shot last night was going to kill somebody. He came back with that stick. I was like, oh, my God. Someone get a body on him.
Doug, what can you tell me about Schaefer? Can you spell it, first of all?
Yes,
okay.
I can absolutely spell it at this point. Capital S, Chaefer, Schaefer door. You need to write that door down. And I'm saying, like, put it on a Post-it note or something and put it right on that garage door button that you hit. So when something goes wrong, you'll say, oh, yeah, I call Schaefer door. I call them at 636-782-3608, or I go to the website at schaeferdoor.com. I'm assuming you can spell door, if not D-O-O-R. So schaeferdoor.com. They service all kinds of garage doors for service and new installs. They have that Monday morning standby service for doors that break over the weekend for whatever reason. That's usually when they go, over the weekend. And Schaefer Door is right there to help you out of trouble on a Monday morning. They service commercial doors, too. If you run a business or warehouse with big, tall doors, Schaefer is experienced in those types of jobs as well. The business has multiple family members working there. They're big enough to get any kind of job done, small enough so that when you call them, a real person will answer the phone and get you taken care of. And the service techs are not commission-based, which is nice. Again, the website, schaeferdoor.com. Schaefer Door is a Clopay Master Authorized Dealer.
Design Air email today coming your way at the end of the 10 o'clock hour. We'll postpone onboarding on this Friday here. It's a McKernan-less show, TMA, with the chairman, Kurt, Jackson, Doug, Martin with you till 11 o'clock. Then BK and Ferrari have taken over. It's the morning after, presented by Brown and Crouppen. St. Louis City SC at home. That's on Saturday, tomorrow. That game on Fox 2. It's City hosting the LA Galaxy, but they're also busy this week teaming up with Schnucks, trying to kick hunger in our city, helping out Operation Food Search. This food drive has been going on all week, asking if you can donate non-perishable food items through Saturday, June 14th. Flag Day is also Collection Day at your neighborhood Schnucks. The week-long food drive will benefit Operation Food Search, helping provide food to those in need. Here's what's recommended: cereal, peanut butter, canned meats, canned veggies, soup, stews, things like that, pasta. If you can, throw some extra items in your cart. Then on the way out, they'll have those collection bins right there marked, excuse me, helping feed the community. So it's Schnucks teaming up with St. Louis City SC for this week-long food drive. Stop by, drop off the groceries if you can all through Saturday. The week-long food drive benefiting Operation Food Search, teaming up Schnucks with St. Louis City SC. I guarantee you there's a Schnucks in your neighborhood helping out with Operation Food Search.
Oh, gosh, I like this. That's really wonderful.
Michigan J Frog.
I love that. Here it goes. It gets really good.
We had a frog dancing around. And the CW was the Frog Network for whatever reason.
There's frogs left and right.
No, it was the CW had a mascot.
Yeah.
It was the frog.
Oh, right.
They got rid of him, I guess.
Or WB.
I thought it was the WB.
The WB, I get it all mixed up. It was a frog. Let's F and go. That's from Ironhead. And that was during the Colton Parayko interview. So I didn't know if they were fired up, like ready for hockey season, or if they wanted me to like get moving here. Wrap the interview. Let's F and go. It's hard to know, Doug, when you read a text.
Well, I assume they're
out of
excited about
sorts.
the upcoming hockey season.
Tim's out, so we just don't play the drops anymore, or what? That's from Big Tuft.
That's his thing.
He's the drop auditor.
That's fine.
Drop auditor.
I like the.
Well, give him a drop bonanza. Let's feed the audience what they want. Jackson's busy today, more of a co-hosting role. Tim's out on vacation, back on Monday. Jackie, what do you got? What are you feeling today?
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Asexual is this magical place to me that's between asexual and someone who's sexual.
Being caught up on the drops.
I've worked in television for 11 years professionally.
You know how it is, Doug. Damn.
Yeah, damn.
I bet you call in, dude.
People think that sometimes I have a foot fetish.
You don't repop, do you?
I think you probably go ahead and repop.
Yeah.
Get this mother effer off the air.
Okay.
Well, that was a nice little collection.
I like Sam Bradford. He's kind of hot.
Good for Jackson. Jackson's, you can't stop. You can't stop. Keep going. It's like a Pete Rose hitting streak.
That was Jackie who likes Sam Bradford.
You cannot lose games in the NFL and still win.
Redunculous. Hello, St. Louis.
Dang, Doug's 8-track collection again. Please stop. They didn't care for the frog song.
How can you not like that?
So that was the WB Frog. Michigan J Frog is the WB Frog.
It doesn't have to be your go-to music, of course.
No.
But how can you not like that?
A little ragtime.
Yeah.
And Jackson's theme today is there's no theme.
Yes.
Okay.
Themeless. It's a themeless Friday.
Okay.
Seamless and themeless.
Ironhead, let's effing go blues. My bad, Martin. That's what he meant. Effing getting excited. Thanks to Colton Parayko being part of the show. That St. Albert does look like a neat little town.
Canada in general in the summer seems pretty awesome.
Although 55 right now, it's a little chilly.
Yeah, that is. But Banff, I hear great things about Banff. My parents went there.
Nice
recently.
resort there.
Vancouver, I hear, is gorgeous.
But I would think the Edmonton area in the dead of winter, it'd just be hell itself.
Yeah, it sounds like the worst.
Big Blonde Dan said, as a fellow tall, I want to say thank you, Doug. At a young age, we're all knees and elbows. It takes time, but eventually we dominate. Talking about being tall. Yeah. We can talk about that since Tim's not.
I've noticed that with a lot of, especially tall people, that it's really hard for them to be well coordinated as teenagers, high school athletes.
Yeah. And then, like, if you're not playing a sport and you're, like, north of 6'5", everything's kind of an inconvenience, I think. Like, everything is built for people who are 6 feet and under, probably.
Yeah.
My buddy played college basketball, and he's 6'6", and he's like, everything sucks. He's like, I have to duck under a lot of things.
Yeah.
Cars don't work right.
And
Airplanes
imagine the
are
people
brutal.
that are another 3 or 4 inches taller than that.
Oh, and if you're 6'10", everybody, hey, where'd you play?
Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry?
That's always
Where'd you play ball? I was into crochet. But you're 6'10".
Will Chamberlain used to say he got so sick of people saying, hey, how's the weather up there, that he would spit on them and say it's raining.
I got an extra ticket to the Billy Strings concert tonight. One of you boys want to go. Martin, Doug, I'm looking in your direction. Maybe Chairman Kurt to the Billy Strings
Is that Dan
concert.
Jansen?
No, it's Tiger Warson Woods.
I'm going to see Bailey Zimmerman tonight.
Ooh, he's good.
Yeah, he is good.
Is he the one with the song with Big X the Plug?
I think so, yeah.
Gotcha.
Where's the show, Doug?
It's at Centene, that music
park
venue they have. Yeah, Music Park.
That's a cool spot.
Covered. Just nice.
Right, absolutely.
Weather looks a little
Did your buddy
spotty.
who won the Kendrick tickets, did he report back? Was that a good show, did he say?
He couldn't end up going, so he gave it to a friend. So I don't know. SZA and Kendrick. They did have a picture of all the umbrellas that were left because it was a rainy night, and it was crazy. There's so many umbrellas that people just left at the Dome. It was nuts.
There was a security guard that went a little social media viral because she was just really enjoying herself, getting hype.
Dancing around?
Yeah, I saw that video making the rounds.
Love that.
Good God, we need Tim back. That's from the president of Special Projects.
Stop it. I miss him too.
KG's afraid to sit in Tim's chair, by the way.
Oh, you were up there you're on the perch there.
Oh, no, were you? Were you sitting on it? Oh, gosh.
I took a load off during the break and just kind of got comfy.
Oh, boy.
Quit sending us naked video of males, okay?
He said to send them? Oh, don't send them. Okay, Frank, I didn't know what you were looking.
It applies.
Yeah, well, when you say stop sending that means more are coming.
And he specifically said males, too. Females, it was still okay.
Do you have a Frank bin?
Yeah.
Because Frank is a treasure trove of drops.
Is this Lexington steel? Oh, that's good. Shrubs. I'm about to get paid in the Escalade. I want to make love and leave you quivering. It matters. It matters.
The Cards-Brewers series definitely matters, Doug. You want to try and win a series. It's tough when there's 4 and you drop the first one. That means you need to win the next 3 to win the series. The Brewers rolled out the stud prospect, Jacob Mizorowski. He gave up no hits in 5 innings. He was throwing 100+. I think he had 14 pitches, I believe it was, 100 or more. Cards were limited to 3 hits. They've lost 5 in a row. In the dossier here, we've got Oli Marmol. First, let's talk about Sonny Gray, who got knocked around. He got nicked in that game. Came out after 4 1/3, gave up 6 runs on 8 hits.
Yeah, he definitely had it going. He was getting ahead of just about everybody. Got the majority of their guys to 2 strikes pretty quickly as well. And the first 4 looked really good and then ran into trouble. They took some really good swings. Their approach was really good, and they were stringing together. So, and then the homer kind of topped it off. But, no, I felt like he was rolling pretty good. We needed him to continue to go and allowed him to kind of get out of the jam. But, unfortunately, they continue to take some really good swings.
Ooh, base hit. When I see people like this Mizorowski pitch and throw 102-mile-an-hour fastball, I wonder, what's it going to be like 10, 12 years from now? Are guys going to be throwing 108, 110 miles an hour? Will anyone be able to hit it? Are they going to have to move the mound back at some point in time?
I'd be surprised if in year 4 of this guy's career, he's still touching 100 on every fastball.
But there'll be people coming up behind him who are. Every team's got somebody throwing 100 miles an hour nowadays.
But not usually
You're
starters.
saying it won't sustain, but Doug's saying even when they debut, are they at 108?
Yeah, okay, that's fair. That's an interesting question, but it's sustainable. Like I think there's probably a reason most starters don't touch 100 on their fastball. I mean, we saw Jordan Hicks.
Yeah, some probably could if they threw it absolutely as hard as they could.
Like if DeGrom was throwing as hard as he could.
Yeah, and there's been others. I just wonder as people get bigger and stronger. And the techniques, the coaching gets better and better, and the need to throw that hard to get drafted and make it to the major leagues. If the evolution is going to continue to the point where you just can't hit this stuff, they're throwing so darn hard you can't hit it from 60 feet away.
Jordan Hicks this season with the Giants, 1-5, wins and losses don't matter, right? ERA 6.47. Guy can throw 100, and his ERA is 6.47. Oli did talk about the Brewers' young stud, Jacob Mizorowski.
Yeah, I mean, familiarity is important. We've done a good job this year of guys we haven't faced and guys just coming up and making their debuts, just taking a good approach. But that's a different arm, man. He did a really nice job. The velo's real. The extension is real. It gets on you. The cutter, I mean, all of it. So he did a really nice job through 5. I mean, I say this, I mean, unfortunately, I'm not sure exactly how he's feeling or what happened, but you want to continue to compete against him. Yeah, he was really good.
Another base hit. I had sympathy pains when he rolled his ankle because I've done that a few times, and that hurts so darn much.
Rolling your ankle?
Oh, it's so miserable.
Tie those shoes up real tight after that.
You know, they're a bad weekend away from being closer to last place than first.
Ugh, I didn't need that right there, Chairman. I didn't need that at all.
Brewers have leapfrogged? Leapt over. You like leftovers? The Brewers are in second place. Cardinals are 6 games behind the Chicago Cubs.
The show or leftover food?
I'm sorry?
The show of the leftovers or leftover food?
I'm not familiar with the show.
Oh, it's really good.
We'll take your
leftover foods,
leftover.
it has to be heated up. I can't do cold leftovers.
That's fair.
It makes the smell of it makes
cold pizza is no good.
Ugh, no, thank you.
How about chicken? You can eat turkey the next day?
I refuse. It has
to be heated up.
How about cold pie?
I don't eat pie.
You don't eat any pie.
He doesn't do hot fruit, Doug.
Doesn't do hot fruit.
Well, that's why. Okay, it's cold now. It's been in their fridge. Apple pie.
It was once
pie.
hot. If food was once hot, then I have to eat it hot. I can't eat it cold.
Go backwards.
No food.
I can't. Yeah. If it was originally cold, I'm totally cool eating it cold.
I think we had this conversation. I called you hot fruit. I believe that might have been clipped off.
I brought all three of you guys some leftovers in today.
Oh, did you?
I made a gooey butter cake, and I can't leave it sitting around the house, so I have gooey butter cake for whoever wants it.
How do you make the gooey part? What's in there? What's the gooey?
Dang.
I was astonished at how much sugar goes into it. I know there was some melted cream cheese. There was melted butter in there.
Did you get the idea to make this gooey butter cake while you were at the zoo?
No, they're separate things. But my grandma, it was her specialty, and she gave me a gift. It was a cutting board that has, in her handwriting, the recipe etched into it.
That's super cool.
So I just kind of got into it yesterday and made a gooey butter cake. But I did the math. It was around 7,000 calories just sitting there. So I was going to pawn it off on you gentlemen.
So this is more preemptive. You're not really looking to share. You're trying to avoid the calories. Here, you guys try it.
It's a dual action sort of motive. I want the love handles gone by the birthday, so gooey butter cake can't be in the house.
The best thing to do is to not make the gooey butter cake if you're trying to avoid it.
You're probably right.
Andre Granillo made his debut. 14th round pick. Guy comes up and goes 2 2/3 shutout innings. And then Oli talked about it after the game.
Granillo did a nice job. It was good to get him in right away and let him kind of get his feet wet. But yeah, he mixed well. The slider played, was able to kind of give us exactly what we needed after having a short outing by Sonny. For him to cover what he did and then only use 2 guys to finish that game was important. So he definitely did his job.
Another hit.
Just waiting for that base hit.
There really is something to familiarity because it seems often a guy will come up and be really good his first couple times that he makes an appearance. The teams haven't seen him, don't have a book on him. You wonder how different can the pitches really be, pitcher to pitcher, to where you got one guy's number and the other guy just blows everybody away. Apparently, it's a real thing.
It's a thing, Doug. Jackson, love you, but you're so strange. That's from Steven Time.
I am strange.
I think that's a fair text.
What was Steven Time's prior text?
Let's see. You get 1 hour of heaven, and I get the best hour of my life. I'll bring the white cheddar.
Oh, and Jackson's the strange one.
You bring the suppliant lips. That's
Okay.
it. He's suspended.
Oh, wow.
That's it.
I missed it, and KG caught it with a text audit, and now he got dinged by Doug.
And he had been suspended on June 10th. So he's the most frequent suspendee, and there he goes again. Steven Time back to a 2-day suspension, and I'm going to put a second letter in his file.
Wow, in his file. Will Granillo be sent down since he pitched a lot yesterday?
Probably.
That's probably the move.
My father texted me, real ball knower that he is, that in the 2022 draft, the Cardinals had 2 picks. They selected 2 guys before Mizorowski was picked by the Brewers in the second round.
So things are looking up?
Well, we don't know how. It's Cooper. I really struggle with pronouncing his last name. And
Jerpy?
I think it is Jerpy.
Jerpy?
It looks like herpy, but I think it's Jerpy.
You said it, not me.
I think that's...
You would pronounce it Jerpy even if it was herpy.
Yeah. And then another name, this name I had not heard of before, Bryson Mouts. He was also selected before Mizorowski was picked 63rd in the 2022 MLB draft.
You can make yourself feel real intelligent if you look back at former drafts and say, oh, I would have picked Johnny Bench there. Sure, had I been in charge.
Baseball especially.
I'd have taken Griffey. You know.
The basketball, maybe even football, there's times where it's like, boy, how'd you mess that up? Baseball, especially when you're picking guys out of high school, it's like, do your best.
That's hard.
That was the text from Ironhead. Why the hell can't the Cardinals find a gem like that Brewers pitcher last night? They're Jeff Burkett with the answer.
Yeah, the Jeffrey B. He
had their chance.
But again, that's what he had one start. Maybe Cooper, Jerpy will end up being a stud. You know, you never know.
Quinn Matthews, Tink Hens were hopeful.
You never know.
Too bad the game wasn't at St. Louis. The fans could have been giving the pitcher a curtain call. Nod to the Paul Skeens.
Tip their hat as he walks.
God, I don't like those brew crew white
jersey.
blue. I think they're weak. I think the hat's the worst part. The MKE hat. You're not like...
I know they do these things. They say it's to sell more merchandise, but I often wonder, is anybody buying that merchandise?
Have you seen the MLB 4th of July hats, Jackson?
No, I'm going to take a look.
Somebody in the YouTube chat was telling me about them. I checked them out. I'm a fan. Baby blue with a red bill.
Oh, yeah. Are they rope hats? Are you going to be wearing a rope hat?
I'm not sure if that's just for purchase or if the players will be rocking the rope hat too. But
I kind of like them. Yeah, I kind of like that hat a lot. All right, I'm into that.
Billy Strings all day over Bailey Zimmerman from the Painter Guy. Stepdad Gary says, I'll go. We're now filling slots for the listeners.
Yeah, community bulletin board. Always kind of been like that.
Community bulletin board.
Does anyone want the gooey butter cake?
Throw that one up on the cork board.
It's extremely gooey too. I don't know what I did to. I don't know if I need to ungoo it a little more next time, but it's gooey as the dickens.
How'd you make that goo, bro?
I don't have a electronic mixer.
We covered this.
Yeah.
The fruitiest and the chewiest.
I never really. It was just sugar.
It seemed like predominantly, yeah.
Huh.
I like cookies.
Over gooey butter cake? Feels like a great question. And we were knee deep in the Colton Parayko visit, talking hockey, talking Canada. And I looked up at the YouTube chat and somebody said, Cheez-Its or combos? How did
the YouTube chat was they were crowdsourcing some questions for us. We didn't get to any of them.
They wanted us to ask Parayko, Cheez-Its or combos?
Cheez-Its. I saw once that Cheez-Its are right there, like in the Mount Rushmore worst things you can eat.
Here we go. God, they're like the greatest.
Oh, they taste great.
Fun police.
But
badges on.
Man, steer clear of the Cheez-It.
What are we allowed to eat, Doug?
Have an avocado once in a while.
I like an avocado. Kind of
You
hard to
just
find
eat
the
it out
right.
like an apple?
I do, yeah.
You put a little salt
Great.
on there?
No, just plain.
Plain?
Everything plain with some tap water.
Tap water.
That's how he likes it.
God. Even the fun police think you're a stiff. He said avocado with nothing.
And we got started talking about peanut butter mayonnaise with Terry Crouppen. I went home that day and had a big old peanut butter mayonnaise sandwich. I was living.
I relived the Cooking with KG video where you and I made them and chopped it up and ate them. It wasn't bad.
No, it's
I haven't
good.
had one since, but
it's very good.
You scolded me for wanting to put bacon on it.
Yeah, don't do that. Yeah.
That salt actually sounds like it would be a pretty nice compliment. Salty bacon like that with that? I don't know.
Salty bacon with peanut butter and mayonnaise?
Yeah, I bet that would compliment it well.
Well, it might.
Goldfish
Awful
crackers?
fancy.
Question mark.
I love goldfish.
Touche, Kurt.
Is that Steven time?
That was Steven time.
Goldfish are for like toddlers, aren't they? You're talking about the
kids and kids at heart.
Ooh, I like to drop them in tomato soup.
Do you?
I'm with you, Douglas. Pass the broccolini. Big Show says Cheez-Its are awesome. I stand with the Big Show.
Well, yeah, they taste great if you want to die young.
At least you're eating Cheez-Its. I think I'd rather die young than have Doug's diet.
Or at least be browbeated about it.
And this is the guy that had wing sauce up to his elbows the day that B. Halls brought those wings in.
Those are good wings.
I don't need a perfect diet by any means.
No.
Just
no one
talk
does.
like it. Jeez. Make us feel like fats.
Go have your Cheez-Its.
It's a 9 o'clock hour. That's brought to you by Mark Hanna.
Absolutely.
Evergreen Wealth with an F on the end of it.
Evergreen Wealth Strategy.
I got this throat thing. I'm battling through for you guys. Somebody pointed out, somebody's got the role of the cat over there clearing their throat. Well, I'm doing my best, and I hit this cough button, and that means Mike Ryder hears me cough down the hall.
He's not in there right now, so you're
Could have been him texting in.
It was him from the other side of the wall. And by the way, the Congo line that was on Casey, or was it Stuart Copeland in studio, people were texting me that they could, in fact, hear it. When we thought they were either re-roofing the joint, retiling over there at Casey. Some kind of drum guest who had
It's like a stampede going
for
through.
about 5 minutes straight.
Yeah.
Didn't seem to be
Sounded like a
lot
good time.
Yeah, great show.
Yeah.
Go see him.
I was just like a cellist for our studio.
In the background.
Yeah,
like we're
to
going
set the
down.
mood.
Like we're going down on Titanic.
Some strings. Just to keep things moving along. It is the morning after. It's brought to you by Brown and Crouppen. Somebody playing the jug?
Mouth harp?
Soggy Bottom Boys, baby.
Just from your favorite movie?
That's right. Oh, Brother Art, though.
I don't know if that can be your favorite. I know it's an opinion.
It just is.
I know, but you're a movie aficionado-ish, and I don't know. Favorite?
What's yours, Martin?
It's a great question, and if
It's a hard question.
If I say Rushmore, you're going to laugh.
No, that's a fair. That's a fair
I don't know why
answer.
I'm
Sometimes, like
obsessed
what might be considered like the best. Like I love The Godfather. It's one of my favorite movies. It's probably one of the best ever. But it's not like what I like. I find the most. I have great experiences with Oh Brother Art, though. It's a family movie. My whole family loves it. It's special to me.
Okay.
And it's Coen Brothers. You know, it's not like they're no schmucks.
They're no schmucks.
No, kidding me?
We're getting better at teasing, and that's why I teased this over an hour ago and then forgot to tell you on the other side of that break. Antonio Brown, former NFL wide receiver, is being sought on attempted murder charges. Law enforcement in Miami seeking to arrest former NFL wide receiver Antonio Brown, a charge of attempted murder. According to the Washington Post, they reviewed the warrant. It stems from a shooting that happened at a celebrity boxing event. He said he got jumped. Apparently, he fired a gun. So that was the other side of the break that never happened, Jackson. We teased it. So you have to stay tuned. And then what if you never pay off on the tease?
Right.
And then is it a quality
Does
tease?
anyone notice?
I think nobody knows. I actually forgot all about it. But when it came up, I was like, oh, wow, that's kind of a big deal.
He's had some real problems off the field.
It just feels like one of those potential we're going to find out years down the road that potentially CTE might have been playing a role in some of his
He's
things.
had some issues.
Should have been, yeah. They filed a lawsuit against him at one point for alleged sexual assault. He had a felony burglary charge. He's had some real issues.
Because when he was playing, he wasn't getting himself in a lot of trouble.
At the end, remember, he ripped his shirt off and walked off in the middle of the game.
Ran off the field shirtless.
Was he the one that Vontaze Burfict
decapitated across the middle of the field? Yeah, ball went sailing over Antonio Brown's head, and Vontaze Burfict laid the wood down on him. Yeah, but I mean, guys all the time get smoked. He also, if you remember, when he was returning a punt, he tried to leap over the punter and didn't quite make it, and his foot kind of went through the punter's helmet. That was tough.
Huh. I would never want to be hit real hard by somebody named Vontaze Burfict.
Yeah.
It's like Dick Butkus. No, don't let him hit me. Ray Nitschke. No.
Bumpus Johnson.
No, Bumpus Jones.
Bumpus
I don't want to hit against him.
Bumpus.
There's just certain names that make you kind of afraid.
Zdeno Chara. That's a scary name.
Mm-hmm.
Being on the show has made all of you defensive about any opinion you have. Hang in there, fellas. That's from Arbor Day.
In what way?
Well, everybody has to defend their favorite this, favorite that. I think it puts you. It's all fine. Albert Edison said Rushmore. What a call, Martin.
Rushmore's great.
When I was dating Kim, I would say, you had your DVDs. Rainy day. I'm like, we could watch Rushmore. And she said, well, we've watched it 10 times. I'm like,
it never gets old, though.
I go, well, I'm at like 30, so you're way behind. We can mix it up and watch Royal Tenenbaums if you want.
Sure.
Best movie of all time, without a doubt. No question, Patrick Swayze in Roadhouse.
The best movie of all time?
It's too subjective.
Almost Famous getting a vote.
Almost Famous is a classic. It's outstanding.
Good song choice, Jackie. And that's from Stephen Time, who often nukes you.
Yeah.
Says that he loves you, but you're strange.
Yeah. I think if you're a millennial, like if you're approaching 40 right now, I wouldn't be surprised a lot of people would say Almost Famous is one of their favorite movies. It's a good hangout
Cameron
movie.
Crowe, when winning, I think, the Oscar for screenplay, said, I'm really glad you like this since it's my personal story.
Yeah.
Like, if you didn't like it, that would mean you didn't like my life.
Yeah.
The great scene. They're riding on the bus. Hold Me Closer, Tiny Dancer.
So good.
Who plays each of you in your biopic?
Wow.
Doug is Lithgow.
John Lithgow.
Yeah, that's an easy one.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really have one that's... I don't know.
A lot of people.
All right, emptied the deck a little early here. Sorry.
Emptied the deck.
Or cleared the deck.
Clearing the deck is in the 10 o'clock hour.
Did you have someone in mind?
I think John Lithgow is good for you. Jackson, somebody pointed out at trivia night a couple years ago that there's a person that I've been told Jackson looks a little like.
Nosferatu?
No, he's not in the entertainment industry per se. His father might be a sitting president.
Oh, DJ TJ?
No, the other one.
Eric Trump?
Yeah.
Eric or Barron?
Eric.
Okay.
Yeah, there's been times I've seen some side by sides.
I think you look more. You look like a European hockey player.
Who was the player in your bio, your Twitter bio?
Jake Gunsel, the former Pittsburgh Penguin, current Carolina Hurricane. Did I just nail that? No, he plays for the Lightning.
Well, he tried.
I always got Harrison Bader back in the day. I haven't gotten him in a long time, but
I could see that. Well,
okay then.
Okay, we'll work on it.
Martin, better use of music in Rushmore. I Am Waiting, Rolling Stones, or Ooh La La, Faces, the great Rod Stewart song at the end. Wish I knew now what I should have known then. Something like that. We'll take your text. It's the text inbox brought to you by Air Comfort Service. That phone number, most of you know it already, but it's 399-9646 phone line. We've had an open phone line Friday, yet we haven't taken any calls. It's 974-0101. 314-974-0101. That's the Callier and Thompson phone line. I think we should clear the deck in the 10 o'clock hour. What's on your mind?
Yeah.
What's on your mind?
I need to hear from Licks.
Mr. Licks has probably given up on the show since Tim is out on vacation. The Mick Ultra YouTube chat up and running. And then the Design Air email of the day coming your way at the bottom end of the show. You guys always leave very little time for that, I've noticed.
Time
and
management.
they're like in a big hurry. We gotta go. It's like, and that's usually how it ends, right?
Time management sometimes can be tough. Yeah.
How's our clock management today? Not bad.
Not bad. Not great.
Not great.
But we'll be all right.
We talked Stanley Cup Finals. Great comeback by the Oilers. Leon Draisaitl, overtime winner. We talked some cards, ball. Not much to get excited about with the club. Maybe another roster reset. Maybe a lineup. We were advocating a lineup shuffle.
Mm-hmm.
Newt seems to be struggling a bit. Talked to Joey Vitale about Marilyn Monroe and Sharks. And then too much hockey, and people got mad.
Yeah,
it got real serious, and then people were, and they blame me.
Marilyn Monroe, va 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 voom. And you got to do this with the fingers.
And then he didn't have a whole lot to say about it, though. He just said, what do you want me to do? Talk about Marilyn Monroe?
He said it like he had something planned.
Yeah, and then he had nothing. What do you care? Doug, you're all about Callier and Thompson, aren't you? And not just because they bring us the phone line.
No, it's because they can spruce up your home. If you haven't remodeled your home lately, you should. Maybe you don't have to move. Maybe you don't like your house, but you don't want to move either because of the interest rates, or you like the neighborhood, your kids like your school. So get your house redone, at least redo the kitchen or the master bath, or finish the basement, knock out a wall, open things up on the first floor. Callier and Thompson does all that, and they do it better than anyone in town, and they've been doing it since the 1950s. The important thing is this is a company that you can trust, and it's hard to know who you can trust to be in your home, who's going to back up their work. Callier and Thompson stands behind every job that they do during the process. They are always available there for you. The Callier and Thompson team cares about the work they produce. They sum up their values by saying they simply want to do the right thing for the customer. It may cost them a little extra time and dollars, but it's what sets them apart from the competition. They've also got a long list of 5-star reviews and customer comments. Well, here's one from Mark M. All construction completed on time. Workers were extremely friendly and cleaned up and vacuumed every day that they were there. Overall, a very good experience. Owner came out at final inspection and noticed a nick on the door and ordered a new one and put it in. And then there's Connie E. How you doing, Connie? The entire process went well. Mark was a supervisor, always communicated with us. All the installers, including the plumbers, electricians, floor people, painter, etc. Very professional and competent. We are extremely happy with our new room. You'll be saying the same thing about Callier and Thompson when you get them to remodel any part of your home. Callier and Thompson on Manchester and Baldwin, right there next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Come home to quality online at CallierandThompson.com.
Piddles could be played by Spencer Pratt, so I had to look him up. Yeah, not bad. Somebody said Broberg, and I didn't know if that was meant for you.
They always say the guy from Powder. That always hurts.
Powder? It does? It leaves a mark?
Yeah. Spencer Pratt.
I believe he was maybe involved in Laguna Beach or one of its spinoffs.
Okay.
Wyatt Russell could be good for Jackson.
Oh, love Wyatt Russell. Kurt Russell's son.
Okay.
He's in a movie that I cannot recommend more to people. I truly love it. It's called Everybody Wants Some, made by Richard Linklater, who made Dazed and Confused. It's basically a bunch of college baseball players in 1980 hanging out, busting each other's balls and playing catch. It's truly delightful.
Whole movie?
It's so delightful.
How long is it? About 20 minutes?
It's about 90 minutes.
Oh, it's a whole movie. Okay.
And it's delightful. It's so good. Everybody wants some. Glenn Powell's in it. You may remember from Top Gun Maverick.
Okay.
Wyatt Russell.
Kurt's
for
son.
Jackson.
Yeah, he played pro hockey, I think. Yeah, Wyatt Russell, Kurt Russell, and Goldie Hawn's son.
Oh, and Goldie Hawn as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's really good.
Martin should be played by the dude that's in Sons of Anarchy. Which one?
I'm having trouble with you, Martin, trying to cast you.
I'm having trouble with you, pal.
How about Thomas Hayden Church? Speaking of Sideways, I think Thomas Hayden Church
from Wings,
or that great golf movie Sideways.
Yeah, that's right. I think that'd be interesting because you got some physicality to you, you know.
Physicality. What is that?
Well, are you saying he's overweight?
No,
he's got
that's
height.
what I heard, Doug. A little bit of heft. Is that what you're saying?
He's got height. He's got, You're a man's man. I don't know.
Man. No, keep going. Now we're talking, buddy. All right, we got to get this clock back on track.
Okay.
10:07, the morning after TMA. It's brought to you by Brown and Crouppen. In the market for a home mortgage, Together Credit Union, many options for you. They are your hometown home loan provider. Together Credit Union with a home loan solution for every buyer. Get in on the action, whether it's your first home, downsizing, sizing up, or need a second mortgage. Together Credit Union is there for you. Fixed rate, adjustable rate, conventional, jumbo loans. They've got it all. Specialty loans, FHA, construction, union member mortgages, and community contributor mortgages. Together Credit Union knows this process gets complicated. They'll keep it simple for you, and it's all handled in-house right here in St. Louis. Together Credit Union has an experienced team with the underwriting, the servicing, everything in between, all of it done locally. Remember, Together Credit Union, your hometown home loan provider. You can find out more online, togethercu.org. Check out the rates. Here's to making St. Louis your home, whatever you're looking for, whatever type of mortgage. They've got it all. Together Credit Union, federally insured by NCUA.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update. That's driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Taking a look at the U.S. Open right now, J.J. Spawn still remains at top spot at 4 under. He tees off at 12:52 today. Sam Burns making his way up the leaderboard, 4 under today, 2 under for the tournament. Siwoo Kim also at 2 under as well. Ben Griffin 1 under. Brooks Koepka, who started the day at 2 unders, 2 over for the day, even for the championship. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
TMA brought to you by Brown & Crouppen. It is the 10 o'clock hour leading up to that Design Air email of the day. That's how we'll close it out. Tim out today, back on Monday. Martin, Jackson, Doug, Chairman Kurt with you until 11 o'clock. BK Ferrari taking over. NBA Finals Game 4 tonight, I believe, right here on the mothership. And then hockey tomorrow, Game 5 in Edmonton. Also, you'll hear that right here. Nobody on Sunday, I guess because of Father's Day.
Father's
That's a great
Day,
TV
US
day.
Open.
I don't think they would. Would they hide from the U.S. Open if you're the
think.
NBA or the NHL?
I don't think. I mean, it'll likely start after the winner will hoist the trophy, I would think. But I don't know.
The NHL teams are probably happy to have an extra day with the travel involved. Gosh, to fly from Fort Lauderdale to Edmonton's got to be.
Think they
5
stop
hours
and refuel
minimum, right?
way up there. Florida blew it last night. Matthew Tkachuk had a couple of goals, but Edmonton, the Oil, win it in overtime. That series now 2-2. The NBA could be 2-2. Jackson says the Thunder will win tonight at Gainbridge Fieldhouse.
Yep.
Looks like a great spot.
It is really cool.
Have you been there?
Mm-hmm. I have.
Unlike your review of Miller Park or whatever it's called now that you don't like, you've never been there.
Never been there, so it's unfair.
Gainbridge, you're on board.
Gainbridge, I'm on board.
We were mentioning earlier, I think off air, have there ever been a Game 7 in the NHL and the NBA same year? What was our final tally?
I ended up doing the research. It's happened 3 times. Most recently was 1994, Rangers Canucks. Is that right?
Rangers for sure, because that was Mike Keenan's year when he won.
was Messier.
Yeah.
And the Knicks and the Rockets also went 7 games that year. The other 2 times were in the mid-50s, 1954 and 1955. Both were the Red Wings and Canadians. One year, the Lakers and the Nationals.
Oh.
And then the Pistons and the Nationals.
Nice.
Okay.
So this would be the 4th time if it happens. Do you think the hockey's going 7? I would say yes.
Probably more likely just because of where it's sitting right now at 2-2. But I do think basketball by 11 o'clock this evening will also be 2-2. So
Thunder win tonight, then win at home. Then the Pacers hold serve in Game 6.
yeah, and then anybody's ball game in Game 7.
And maybe Halliburton hits the game winner.
Oh, I hope
Bang.
not.
You hope not? You don't like him?
I like Halliburton. I do.
He's good for the game.
Of course he is. He's a great ball player. He's unbelievably clutch. He's a real winner. But, you know, sometimes we get prisoner of the moment sometimes with guys, and I think with him sometimes. But, yeah, he seems like a wonderful guy. And good for small market teams, getting out there, 2 small market teams in the championship.
The ratings will probably be terrible.
Yeah, there was a good article the other day I read about how it's not necessarily about the market size of the NBA, it's star power. Like when LeBron was on Cleveland, Cleveland's is a small market.
Yeah,
but
it's a decent size.
Bigger than OKC, for sure. Way
Yeah, I mean, it's not New York, LA, but decent sized market.
But it's star power. That's what matters. And while there are stars in this finals, I would not say that they're household names by any means. So,
Doug, you like a good survey?
Sure.
MLB players were surveyed whether they're in favor of the robo umpires calling the balls and strikes.
Okay.
The Athletic, they like to do a lot of polling and surveys. What do you think that percentage is? Assuming you haven't seen the dossier,
I have not seen it, and I would assume...
These are players asked, are they in favor of it?
I would think
Or
it would
not.
be a very high number in favor of it to get it right.
I would agree with you, Doug. I'll say 70% say
Are in
yes.
favor, according to your guess. How about the fact that it's 63.4% are not in favor of robo-umps? So
Why
the
wouldn't
majority
they
of
be?
players...
Maybe it's because at least half the players are pitchers, and sometimes they want those calls that aren't really strikes.
catcher can frame it just
Doug's
a little
favorite
bit.
thing is a nice frame.
Good framing.
Oh, he framed it. I guess it's a strike.
Oh, great job of framing.
Weren't you watching?
It was a great job. Oh, Pozo, what a frame.
6 inches outside.
No, but he framed it.
If I'm open and you frame it, it's a ball.
Come on, Blue. Don't fall for that.
So I'm reading the Athletic article right now, and a player is quoted saying, "It is proven ineffective in AAA and everywhere they tested it. Why would you remove the human element? The game will fundamentally change in a way that fans are definitely not going to like. It'll make injuries and the competitive nature of the game worse.
Injuries?
There'll be fewer balls in play, and the games take longer. All of this is proven."
Why would there be fewer balls in play?
I'm not sure.
And who's going to get injured by it?
I don't understand that part of it.
I'm not ready for the robot world. Can I just give me a guy back there I can scream at, that the umpire can come out and go nose to nose like your old buddy Earl Weaver?
Well, you can't do that on balls and strikes. You get thrown out.
You ready to get in a robo-driven car?
No, I would never get in a car with the automated driving when nobody's sitting there.
They're ready to go.
Terminator.
They've got them ready to go.
Blowing them up in L.A.?
Yeah,
no, I'm
3
not
or 4
getting in
got
one of
burned to
those.
the...
Would you really get in one of those?
I think I'd give it a shot. I think a good thing, wouldn't it, if it would eliminate some of the DUI accidents and whatnot.
Oh, yeah. Think of all the people who'd be able to drive now.
The elderly?
Yeah, the people that are, visually impaired, people that are, staring at their phone, don't have to worry about that, distracted driving, drunk driving, really old people, really young people.
We could push our show prep meeting a little back.
We could.
Because we could kind of do it on the way in the car.
I think I might accept a ride if it was in city traffic. I don't think I'd want to get on a highway in one where you're going 75 miles an hour.
Is there the equivalent of the subway brake that you can grab? Do you have some kind of is there an emergency option?
I've been in one. Waymo? Like the automatic driving cars, the self-driving cars that we're talking about? Yeah,
Where?
In Scottsdale.
Or do you sit in the shotgun, or do you sit in the back seat?
Sat in the back. There was a lot of apparatuses and apparati, for sure.
Did it make you nervous at all?
No.
And do you look at the steering wheel and say, "So, how long you been doing this?"
No, that's kind of the nice part. Is like you don't have to talk to anybody.
W-A-Y-M-O.
It was with a couple buddies, but it was. I mean, we weren't going very far.
And it drives just exactly like a regular car.
Mm-hmm.
It stops at the red lights, and if someone walks in front of them, it'll stop. And
Honesty in media, it was apparatuses. You were right.
Ledoux for the win.
Doodads and
Jeffco dunked on by Horton Watkins over here.
Well, it'll be a good thing when they get it worked out and fine-tuned, because there's like 40,000 people a year get killed in car wrecks in this country.
Mm-hmm. Would that completely derail the rideshare service industry? I guess they'd probably just pivot.
No. No.
So Lyft and Uber will just start providing probably driverless cars.
I'm sure that they're already in development of that.
I don't know.
No, they don't make the cars. They just produce the drivers.
I know, but I'm saying if you're reading the tea leaves and automatic driving cars, self-driving cars are the future, it would behoove these companies who would get ousted by that to develop their own brand of it. Kodak.
If they have manufacturing facilities to build cars, that's not their business. Their business is to, I guess, buy cars already produced. Oh, no, they don't even have to buy the car. They're just rounding up the drivers.
Yeah.
So they're a long way from being able to build their own driverless cars.
Well, from an infrastructure standpoint, yeah, maybe not from a money standpoint. They might have the capitals to do so.
I don't know. I think that's Tesla, and that's the big boys. Adapter boys are going to have to do that.
Yeah.
I'd like to beat the text line to the punch and just say, yes, this show has no driver today. We've been driverless all day. Because Tim's not here.
Yeah.
That's sort of what this vehicle has been. Right. Somebody else pointed out that the cat on one of his podcasts said he could beat Martin in basketball one-on-one. I would be happy to play the cat.
That would be awesome.
I would back his ass down.
Oh, come on now.
I got mouse in the house.
Yes.
You
backing him down.
I'll take on Cam, and we can just run that whole program.
Really?
2-on-2, sure.
All right. I think we do that.
That'd be really funny.
I would have KG setting some screens.
Yeah.
Rolling right off that screen.
Yeah, Jordan and Pippen over.
I ain't scared. Yeah. The cat. There you go. It's going to happen. Doug, we'll do it for charity. We'll talk about it on the show for hours at a time, and then we'll never do it. That's kind of how it works. Tim is still here, apparently.
James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency in Webster Groves is my insurance agent and has been now for more than 6 years. Here's what I can tell you. You're going to get great customer service, and if your insurance has gone up in the last year, give James and his team a chance to save you money. If you call during business hours, you're going to talk to somebody right there in the office. The number is 314-961-4800, or you can go online at carltoninsurance.net. It's James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, and here's something where he has really saved TMA listeners a lot of money over the years. If you have kids under 25 on your insurance policy, this is where James can save people the most money. 314-961-4800, or go online at carltoninsurance.net. That's James Carlton, Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency in Webster Groves, 314-961-4800. If your insurance costs a leg and an arm, call James Carlton, State Farm.
You guys are killing my Uber drive side gig. Shut it, Nimrods. Talking about the driverless cars. Somebody said if we had a driver, it'd be Toonces the cat.
Oh, that'd be nice.
That was a good little bit on SNL. Martin, are you the biggest Irishman of all time? No, not even close. Like Shannon. I don't know.
Biggest Irishman of all time?
I don't know what that means. As far as the movie, somebody said Bill Burr would play McKernan. That's not bad.
That's not bad.
Billy Corgan said he gets really... Bill Burr gets mad if people think he's Billy Corgan.
Oh, yeah. Well, wasn't
it's a
there
real thing.
Something about them possibly...
being related?
Possibly, yeah. They said something similar about Woody Harrelson and Matthew McConaughey, too.
That they were possibly related?
Yeah. Woody Harrelson's dad's a fascinating story.
He's in prison in Indiana, I would say?
So it was, and then in the movie No Country for Old Men, another Coen Brothers vehicle.
I love, that might be my favorite.
Best picture that year. The only Best Picture, maybe just in a long time, to not have music and win Best Picture. There's no music in No Country for Old Men. But Woody Harrelson plays a character who's essentially on the lookout for someone who murdered a federal judge, and his dad was a guy who murdered a federal judge, and kind of, not by name, gets mentioned in the movie. It's pretty fascinating. So, like, Woody Harrelson plays a character.
I never put those pieces together.
Yeah, because it takes place in Texas, where Woody Harrelson hails from.
I think Tim would be played by former Yankees outfielder Brett Gardner.
That's just not fair. Just a bald guy?
Well, he just kind of looks like him. I'm looking at a picture right now.
Let me see.
Brett Gardner.
Tim's better.
Oh, of course.
I'm telling you, it's getting louder and louder, Martin.
It is getting louder. I can't hear out of my left ear. Why? Some guy named Doug hits this gong. Why? Because they talk about Tim on this show. Makes perfect sense. All right, the Morning After is brought to you by Brown & Crouppen. Get the emails in. Design Air email of the day coming your way at the end of the show. We've already talked to Colton Parayko, Joey Vitale. If you missed it, you can always go back and listen to the podcast. We recommend that. Kevin Harlan on Wednesday.
Schaefer Door Company brings us that podcast every day.
Sports sponsors, this is TMA. It's a no-theme Friday. Lousy rainy day. It's supposed to rain all weekend, I guess. Good thing they got a dome in Milwaukee, Doug. If they had rain, it would not be an issue.
Mm-hmm. I like the retractable
Jackson's
dome.
anti-dome, anti-American Family Field.
Just anti-retractable roof. That's just
retractable.
Yeah.
But a dome is okay?
No.
Okay.
You would rather they fight long rain delays?
Yeah. For
blistering hot August days.
Listen, I've said it before, but all the best ballparks, you look at a top 10 list, all 10 would be pure outdoor ballparks.
That's because people vote on what is the best ballpark based on what they think they should vote for. It's Wrigley, it's Fenway, it's Dodger Stadium. Not because they vote really for what is the most convenient, comfortable, working stadium.
I mean, Pittsburgh gets thrown in the mix, right?
It's beautiful.
Usually in the top 3. Outdoor.
But Fenway is wildly inconvenient. Like to go to the bathroom, to get into
the
your seat,
seats
the
are
concourse.
very narrow.
But it's a gem.
Yeah.
I just don't want to go there 81 games a year, cover a team there. That Jacob Mizorowski, who's from the Kansas City area, who shoved it last night in his debut, they list him at 6'7", 197.
Oh, boy, yeah, that is thin.
It's a little rail thin.
Thin.
Right? But
he's only, what, 23? 23.
He's 23. Just turned 23, and the Cardinals were not allowed to draft him. That's why he's on the Brewers.
Yeah.
There's probably some NBA players who are 6'7", 190-ish.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah. I mean, Kevin Durant, you could scale that up.
Yeah, he's, 6'11", 150?
He might not be that thin, but if he's not much over 200 pounds.
Martin, do you think it's funny that the STL is using Rams money to upgrade the dome? Whatever it takes. They got that money just laying there.
He's doing something with it. Feels better than, well, I shouldn't say better than nothing.
Better than nothing. Text in, email in. This is the 10 o'clock get caught up time of the show, right? This is a tradition unlike any other.
Yep.
Did we talk golf? I think we talked a little bit of golf.
Not much.
Brooksy, what did Brooks Koepka? He said he was berated, though, by his coach?
Yeah.
Is this fun with audio?
Yeah. This is...
Brooksy, who shot, what, -1?
He was 2 under yesterday. He is currently...
He's 2 over now, so he's even for the tournament.
Yeah, so this is him talking about his coach, kind of giving him a little bit of a talking to before the U.S. Open.
Been working hard, just got into some bad habits and bad swing positions, and we worked pretty hard last week. Pete Cowan and Jeff Pierce were on me pretty good, and then Pete got into me again on Monday in the bunker for about 45 minutes, and I just sat there and he scolded me pretty well.
Brooks, can you give me a clean snippet of what that scolding from Pete sounded like?
What do you care?
I'll put it this way. JT thought he had to come check on me in the bunker. We were in there for about 45 minutes. He was on the other side of the green, and I saw him Monday night. We were at a Rolex function, and he was like, I was worried. Your head was down. But, yeah, Pete, I'll keep that between us. I wasn't happy with it, but it was something I think you need to hear, or I needed to hear at the right time. And it's not the first time he's done it. He's not afraid to.
When was the last one?
What?
When was the last one?
Aaron Hills. If I start swaying from being Brooks Koepka, then I want someone to call me out on it, and he did a hell of a job on it.
Ooh. I was thinking that was the whole press conference, but I was hanging in there just for the golf swing.
I even edited it down.
It was
so the coach is yelling at him.
It was a lengthy.
He just had to throw in that it was a Rolex event where he saw
Of
JT.
course.
JT 3-putted from 3 feet earlier. Tough.
Well, you're 3-putting if you're not using Design Air for your HVAC work. When it comes to heating and cooling, trust the name that's been around longer than all of us. Design Air Heating and Cooling, proudly serving the area since 1904. More than a century of keeping homes comfortable and customers happy. They're not just another HVAC company. They are the longest-running sponsor on TMA, and that loyalty says a lot. At the helm, of course, Seth Goldcamp, a name you can trust, leading a team that truly values integrity. At Design Air, they believe in honest work. You'll never be sold something you don't need. Whether you're dealing with the St. Louis cold or the summer heat, they have got your back with dependable service and no-pressure solutions. Visit DesignAirService.com and schedule your service today. Design Air comfort you can count on since 1904 and home of the handsome repairman.
We're talking about missed putts. Remember the stat I had the other day? I threw it out there about. Here's the stat from the PGA Tour. inside of 10 feet putts, what do you think the percentage is that they make
Inside of 10?
Inside of 10 feet for professional golfers. PGA Tour average is what?
Inside of 10 feet. Any putt inside
everybody
of 10.
keep repeating the question. Inside of 10 feet.
50%.
Way higher.
What's the yardage? Did you say 10 feet? You said outside 10?
You guys.
10 yards. Inside 10 feet.
Said way higher than
3
50.
1/3 yards.
I'll say 10 foot is kind of a tough putt.
But that would only be a slight percentage
So
of these
inside
putts.
of 10 would include a foot, 2 feet, 3 feet, 4 feet.
Tap in all the way to
all
a 10
putts inside of 10 feet are 88%, idiots.
I don't understand the question.
88%. But when putting from exactly 10 feet, 40%.
Okay.
Right.
Just tells you.
Yeah.
Something.
Yeah, I mean, this course especially, with the amount of slide on a lot of these putts, it's just going to be brutal. But there's something interesting yet. I mean, J.J. Spawn teed off at 7 yesterday, shot 4 under. Guys in the afternoon who went off were not shooting those low scores. So when they, Thursday and Friday, flip-flop them, so J.J. Spawn will tee off later today. I'll be curious to see how he shoots, if he can maintain 4 under.
We got poor Will Chandler, who through 15 holes is plus 14 on the day.
Oof. On the day?
Yeah, plus 22 for the tournament, but
Give it up,
14 over
Willie.
par. He's
Go
almost
home.
done. He's just got to get through a couple more.
Get you something to eat and go home.
What would Brooksy's coach say to him? My goodness. It's TMA. It's the Caught Up 10 o'clock hour. Design Air email today coming your way in just a little bit. TMA brought to you by Brown and Crouppen. Friday edition of TMA, the morning after. Doug's right there. Chairman Kurt's over there. Jackson's right there. 4 of us minus Tim. We just plowed along. That's all we can do. Done our best. Tim's back on Monday. Skipper's going to be on next week. Tony LaRusse has got a big event coming up at Stiefel Theater in July. Will Clark. It's actually a little bit of a surprise guest.
Yeah,
He's got Mike Matheny. If he would have had Frank Opinion and John Hamm. Butch knowing the skipper, Butch Patrick might be there.
I was thinking maybe at the end of the year, we could do like a draft of surprise guests that we've had on the program, and it'd be tough.
There is a listener who every time, even if they enjoy Kevin Harlan or they enjoy John Hamm, they'll say, still doesn't beat Will Clark. They're like just a Will Clark lemming, which I agree.
Was great. He was
Absolute delight. Boys, I'd give the show today a C+. Just tuned in, but with Tim out, gives your grade, it hurts your grade quite a bit. You gave it your best. That's all everyone could ask. Doug, you still suck.
Okay,
that's from Sad Panda.
All right.
I'll take what we can get.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of like radio, like whenever you have Tim run point, and when that person isn't there, it's going to sound different, even if it's just one person gone. And that's just how it works.
618 says golf sucks. Okay.
That's your opinion, man.
Fella.
Is my little Lebowski there?
How do the Vaughn boys honor their smoking hot dad on Father's Day? That's from Arbor Day. He wants to know how you'll spend Father's Day.
Father's Day.
I don't know what the plan is. I think we
What's
had a
your
barbecue.
request?
I think I have no request.
Just to be left alone?
Yeah. I want nothing. I don't need anything. I think we're going to barbecue. I think it's
pork steaks.
Oh, I couldn't get that lucky.
Yeah.
What about Jeff Burkett? Foot rub?
breakfast at my parents' house. All of us over. My brother, a father, so we'll honor him as well. Great.
Your brother's part of the Alliance. He texted me via you.
Yes, my brother is a proud member of the Alliance.
Frank Opinion, still the best guest. That's from Joey Vitale's Orange Scully.
What's your Father's Day plans, Martin? You left yourself out.
I did. I've got to work
Pre-game
that
shows.
Afternoon, evening, a lot of opportunities. We got the Indy race.
It's fun to work the holidays.
Indy race. I'm actually looking forward, though, because the race is on
race
Fox.
will be really cool. Yeah.
And it's at night. It's a first. Fox decided to put that on. I'm looking forward to it. I grew up, my dad, who's been deceased for a long time, I remember I came back. My dad died in Denver, and I was gone for like a week, and I came back, and I was at Rams Park. And one of the first people I saw was Doug Vaughn.
Nice.
Oh, yeah.
And you came over and gave your condolences. And I was already kind of sad about the whole thing. And then Doug said, boy, there's nothing lonelier than when your mom dies. Then you'll be minus both. And I said, wow.
Then you're an orphan.
Wow.
You're an orphan.
He said, that's the loneliest feeling you'll ever have is when they're both gone. And I thought, now I feel worse.
It's a reassuring.
We were on the practice field at Rams Park.
It's just a reassuring shoulder.
Wait till your whole family dies. Yeah, that's tough.
Like this Doug Vaughn, what a jackass.
Wait till they all go.
But as a kid, my dad used to take me to IndyCar races. Milwaukee had a stop. It was always the week after the Indy 500. They would come to the State Fair Park, the Miller Mile, or Elkhart Lake, which is a road course. So maybe fitting on Father's Day that I'll be at the train. Yeah. Young Carson may go with me because he likes cars and racing. Awesome. So maybe a little breakfast or whatever. I had COVID 2 years ago. Was it 2 years ago, Doug, that I had COVID on Father's Day?
You were late on that.
Well, it was Father's Day. And everybody's like, oh, we can't. And I just laid in the office on the couch, listened to podcasts.
Pretty great day.
Yeah. Shut her down.
Yeah.
They came out with a study yesterday. I saw a guy testifying in front of Congress, I believe. They said of all the COVID deaths, they think about 73% were caused by the vaccine.
Wow.
Not by the COVID, but by the vaccine.
What about putts inside of 10 feet?
But what did we say, 50%?
88%. Great game, B team.
Hey, thanks.
Better than being the C team.
Thought it was a good bullpen start.
Thanks. So that way I'd only have to go one inning, though. Happy Dog Day to Chairman.
I appreciate that.
Oh, that's right.
Yep.
You're a father in your own right.
Mm-hmm.
Will they do anything for you? Fetch the paper or anything?
Fetch the paper.
I don't still get the paper anymore. I don't know what Monty and I'll do. Probably just take it easy, watch some Open. U.S. Open.
Great point, Jackson. But when you were gone, the show was smooth, no issues. That's a callback to the dodo.
But when I said that, I mean, Tim runs point, so it's a little different. It's certainly going to change the sound of the show when the guy who runs point is not in.
Mm-hmm. Come to the Doggies match tomorrow. I'm going to be there. I think the family's going to go. I hope they're covered seats. I think it's going to be rainy. They play in the rain, just no lightning.
Right.
IndyCar, I don't know if it's going to be raining. You can't.
Yeah, you can't.
You can't race in the rain. So I don't know what the exact forecast is for Sunday night. Big weekend on Fox. Big opportunity weekend, Doug. If you want to slide on the old blue blazer and come on over.
I do have several blue blazers.
You could just say, I'm Camel V's Doug Vaughn in tonight.
Yeah.
And then I'll play Larry Connors, also a surprise guest.
That's right.
And we can taser you.
No. At the end of the sportscast, he would always just turn. Good sportscast. No, great sportscast, Doug.
Mm-hmm.
Great sportscast, Steve. And I'd be watching, yelling from Channel 2. It wasn't that great. Showed a couple of Cardinal plays.
Yeah. Would you take a tasering for high ratings?
Oh, yeah.
You would?
Maybe
take
sports
it right in the
final at
chest?
9. We're going to goose the ratings at 10:30.
End it every night.
Get tased.
I've missed the local news for the last decade or so. Do you still do a live sports thing on Sunday nights?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Sports final.
Should have dug in on that.
Yeah. I actually dug as a guest would be kind of fun. Walk down memory lane. It was kind of interesting having Savard there a couple weeks ago. It felt weird having him at the 2 Fox. Just chopping it up, though.
Old school.
We like to chop it up. We also have email of the day that's brought to you by Design Air. And I believe, Jackson, have we taken care of all of our business today?
Tim's going to talk to us real
hey,
quick
Tim.
about our friends over at Schaefer Door Company.
Podcast on TMA and 101 ESPN is brought to you by Schaefer Door Company. That's Jason Gassrad, SCHAEFER door.com. Call or text the number they set up for TMA listeners, which is 636-782-3608. That's going to get you the quickest response time. They service all kinds of garage doors for service and new installs with LiftMaster. LiftMaster is garage door openers, a strong, quiet, and versatile experience. They have Monday morning standby service for those garage doors that break over the weekend. It's one of those things, if you've had the garage door break, you hear it crash to the ground, that means the spring most likely broke, and you go, who do I go to for this? We got the answer. It's Schaefer Door at SchaeferDoor.com. They also handle commercial doors as well. It's Schaefer Door, a LiftMaster partner.
Martin and Tim
They got chopped off there at the end.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
Why did you do a garage door closing?
Yeah, should have.
Martin and Tim have missed the same amount of time this week. Wow. Actually, I had to do some quick math. That's exactly right.
Yeah, that would be. Wow.
Because I 1 hour, 4. And then Tim 7-11, 4.
Yeah.
How about that? Ray King says, Martin, I'll be at the City game too. Can I come down and meet you?
No.
No,
you can't.
Can I come down and meet you?
No.
I'd be happy. I like that Ray King.
Yeah, he's a good guy.
All right, Design Air email today is on deck right here. Friday edition of TMA. It's all brought to you by Brown & Crouppen.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update. That's brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Cardinals are back in action today, trying to stop the bleeding after 5 losses in a row. Tonight, taking on the Milwaukee Brewers. 7:10 first pitch. Eric Fetty towing the slab for the Cardinals. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Oh, there's barely enough time for email a day, so that means I've done this correct.
That's right.
This is the model of this show. TMA, Morning After, brought to you by Brown and Crouppen. Gang's all here, minus Tim. But we do have a little something that you guys do every day called Email of the Day.
I'll be reading them today.
Oh, Jackaroo.
I'll be on the read.
This is a treat.
Yeah. Well, it didn't bode well. The most discussed topics of the week was obscure sports like disc golf and pickleball, even when Tim was there. But all the descriptions of the show today seemed accurate because the appeal is wide-ranging. The listeners may not be productive members of society or have real accomplishments valued by humanity, but we listen every day and support the sponsors because you guys are genuine and make us laugh daily with your common man ramblings, and we do believe in it. Keep up the great work. That's from Shooter McGavin, the vice president of Weather Predicting Gerbil Farms.
Shooter McGavin.
Since Tim's out and the rest of you read emails with a passion of a hostage-blinking Morse code, I figured now's a good time as any to voice a couple deeply rational, not at all self-important concerns. There's a lack of fan page respect. I've been kicked off more times than Tim has bailed on the FCC first round. I am a contributor. I moved the needle. Just yesterday, I posted a sarcastic, vaguely political one-liner and tagged Tim 6 times for visibility. One of you needs to start liking my comments, or there's going to be hell to pay.
No.
Lack of my emails being read. I was there in the early days, back when the text inbox was just me, pork steak my nuts, and some guy live vlogging his home vasectomy from an iPad Touch. I helped build this community. I'm part of the foundation when the show was proudly dumb and allergic to structure, but now it's gone corporate. There's talk of production quality and revenue, and somewhere along the lines, guys like me, the day ones who treated this like a religion, got the silent treatment. My emails matter, but instead, you wait until 10:59 to have Jackson do his stupid little commercial and give Jake the kiss ass the win because his email sounded like a cry for friends. Look here, I didn't survive the fan page wars of 2013 to be benched like Daddy Padre. Give me my seat back or else I'll keep preparing the YouTube chat with my comedy until Hubbard gives me your job. The 3-part miniseries of Julia
How
Ann's...
long is this email?
It's the last paragraph.
But we are running low on time. So with hate, Doug, and kisses, $5.90.
That was Cookie the Dwarf?
Kisses.
No.
Who? With hate and kisses?
Doug and
With
Kisses
hate.
$5.90.
Doug and kisses, $5.90. And finally, I described TMA as a St. Louis-flavored Howard Stern ripoff that pretended to be a sports show for most of the last 20 years, but now that they're on 101 ESPN, they're a real sports show that occasionally dabbles with the nitwittery. So much to get to as Le Ole rallied from 3 goals down to blow a 1-goal lead with 19 seconds left before Leon Draisaitl scored the game winner in OT to level the Stanley Cup Finals 2-2 with the Panthers, and the Cardinals lost their 5th in a row last night in Milwaukee at a stadium Libby Jack hates, despite having never been there. Once again, no highlights were posted from the official Cardinals YouTube account, but I assume the 6-0 loss was one of Oli Marmol's favorite games, and it'll help them win in September. And what's the media in this town talking about? Being pants down on all fours, ass up in the air, and getting your whole pawn by a proctologist who gets you to calm down by slapping your ass. Was that a live read? Ours is the type of fan page where former producers/hosts feel free to drop in at any time and trash Mike Tirico for working 15 hours of U.S. Open coverage. Here's a guy who used to work a 15-hour work week that couldn't get through without taking 2 hours worth of smoke breaks, taking shots at someone who's working 15 hours in one day.
Shrapnel.
If that's not the fried apricot calling the kettle orange, I saved Latin. What did you ever do? That's from Buck Swope DBA, the Recess Ladies Breast. What you got?
You got a Rushmore reference in at the end there after shrapnel towards Iggy. Kurt, you voting?
Yeah, Kurt.
What do you got?
I'll go with Doug and Kisses.
I'm going to go Buck Swope.
Jackson, do you vote?
It's Swope all day.
Oh, Swope.
Oh, it is.
Guess I won't be voting. Jeez. Buck Swope, that's fine. Rushmore references are always welcome here. Thanks for tuning in. For Kevin, somebody, McKernan, maybe that's it. It's BK and Ferrari next.